Quantas glorias se ligó, trai sentins co propes. Inquisitiones en paquie, dicunit si verificille. Et motores deficium de nuo, simulatio habet fines. Animus non idem est, ex abnegatione ortus. Oh, eunuch semper maereo, musica male sonnat, scio id non abire, quam vis me occulte, si electo surgis, et me abstantem invenis apertis oculis pagelam combure me parva attraetas. Semper maereo, musica male sonna, scisit non abire, quam viste occultes, si forte lecto surgo, stupentem, et solum in prascaenium, me invenis me parva traetas. Delectatione nauseatus, praeunidium quod venir. Imago mortuorum, in mente mea mane. Custodes ad Deum iurant, manubalistas amorem dare, sed scio amicos et me, terga dacuros scerte, si electo surgis, inveninos in via content, Saxon tiram per me parva traetas. Eunuch semper maereo, musica male sonnat, scio id non abire, quam vis me occultem, si electo surgis, et me abstantem invenis apertis oculis pagelam combure me parva traetas. 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 Abstantem apertis oculis pagelam combure me parva traetas.
My mother told me someday I will buy galley with good oars, sail to distant shores, stand up on the prow, noble bark I steer, steady course to the haven, hew many foemen, hew many foemen. My mother told me someday I will buy galley with good oars, sail to distant shores, stand up on the prow, noble bark I steer, steady course to the haven, hew many foemen, hew many foemen. My mother told me someday I will buy galley with good oars, sail to distant shores, stand up on the prow, noble bark I steer, steady, steady course to the haven. Many foemen. My mother told me someday I will buy galley with good oars, sail to distant shores, stand up on the prow, noble bark I steer, steady, steady course to the haven. Many foemen.
mene werde. Will to witen no min kara. Will to witen tata din mene werde. Will to herren of the fourth warta dich do. Fascinden with bade. What is holden nu done? On forthward with God. That he was the ure stedes. Is all the ernen nu forth. On stigen that hill. On stigen that hus thar. What is holde that done? No. Soon you wilt me werde. Ak stay who depth are welith. Una war each thenu to break. Ure herte sunre nu. What we hatten ure dera frendes. Sene rex to funk bade. That seen den with bade. That seen den with bade. Ne benun seli. What is holden done? And forthward with God.
How's it going, everybody? I hope that all my stuff is working today. Just a big heads up. I had a very weird thing happen on my computer this week where something got fucked up. I've cleaned it out and stuff like that, but the boot order got fucked up and it was launching on my old hard drive and stuff, and I had to fix it. It caused a bunch of problems on my computer, a lot. Thankfully, nothing important seems to have been broken, but a bunch of settings got reset and all sorts of weird stuff. So if you see anything or hear anything weird, just let me know. I'll try and fix it. I think I've fixed most of it, but we'll see. So just let me know. Folks, we got a fun one today. I got a little carried away, I'll be honest. If you've looked at the document, you've probably noticed I got a little carried away. I don't regret it at all. It's been a lot of fun. Mainly because this has been a very good week. I'm in a very fucking good mood this weekend for a lot of different reasons. Like there's a lot of really good things happening at the moment, which I'm really unused to. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if any of y'all have ever had that. Everyone has struggles and like a hard life and shit. That's just how it goes. But I don't know, man. I got pretty used to it being pretty tough a lot. And lately it's been very good. So it's very strange. I'm taking that as like, you know, a moment to like find a foundation. So when it inevitably goes to shit again, I'm a bit more chill, but it's been a damn good week, folks. So I got a little into things, as you can see. If you haven't already checked it out, I've got it pinned in, I believe, both the Twitch and YouTube. You can go ahead and take a look at it. Now, I'll be fully honest, I did not write all this myself. I've been working very heavily with AI, both on school and on a big project I'm working on just for fun. And I decided to use it for this as well, and I really like the results a lot. So, why did I make this? Well, because the problem with the Voices of the Court mod, despite it being absolutely fucking fantastic, is it only allows you to roleplay with one person at the same time. I also did an extensive amount of deeper research onto it and realized I have to do like a whole setup to get it to remember conversation logs and things like that as well, which I'm willing to do, but that'll take a bit more time. So for now, the compromise I decided to make was to just use ChatGPT itself to essentially roleplay out these big talks we do in the Alliance. Now, the first thing I need to really underline here that I think will be a lot of fun, folks, is today, I'm not just gonna be roleplaying Natanleod. I will also be roleplaying Hengist of Kent. I'm gonna roleplay one person on each side. I think it'll be interesting. What I do not want this situation to become is, the Christian Britons are the good guys fighting the evil Saxon invaders. It's not how history works, folks. It's just not. So, to stop myself from being biased, to stop you from seeing this one-sidedly, you can pick whichever side you want to support or none at all. You know, it's up to you. I'm going to be role-playing out both our alliance mechanics and basically the alliance mechanics for the Saxons. And as such, I will be taking Natanleod's obviously perspective for the main group because we are fucking playing him. But when we roleplay with the Saxon alliance and do their roleplay and all that kind of stuff, I'm gonna roleplay Hengist until he dies, and I'll probably roleplay his son after. That's gonna be interesting, because he is the most respected and the oldest and the first one to get into Britain out of all of them, but he's also one of the weaker ones. So we're gonna get into all that in just a moment here. I'm gonna go over the document and the mechanics. Again, check out the document. I'll go over it as well here a little bit. I'll just kind of breeze over it. I will get into it. A couple things on this. I want to, as always, kind of underline some potential issues and potential fun things here. AI is very unpredictable, ladies and gentlemen. It is a fascinating and incredibly interesting technology. It is amazing. It will change every one of our lives dramatically over the next couple decades. And at a certain point, we're all just going to assume that's always been here. But until then, it's still new and it's still got problems, right? So when I roleplay with this thing, I'm going to encounter issues with it. It'll hallucinate. It'll do weird things. It'll get off track. It'll do things that don't make sense. It will maybe not stay on course, and it will maybe forget things that we need. That's fine. The way, as I've said, I'm trying to basically play this campaign out. The reason why I'm doing it slow, I'm putting the effort into the roleplay and everything else, is because this is like an overarching narrative. I get to dictate what's real and not. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it too, just so you guys remember, because I think it's important for me and you to remember that. I could say anything's not canon, right? Anything at all. That is completely within my purview. If we get weird shit, don't let it bother you like it does not bother me, because I simply am going to ignore and reject it and we move on, right? I know that like will obviously interrupt flow a little bit. It'd be nice if like I could prearrange everything that happens in life in general, but especially in this campaign, so it would flow nice and easy and we could all just sit here and enjoy it. That's not how life works. There are going to be issues. In the same way, there are going to be days I can't stream because I have to go fix the game files and the save, etc. So I would just respectfully request that you're patient with me, patient with the systems that we use and how we go about this, because I think if you are and I am, we're going to get something way more interesting, way more fun, and way deeper than what we normally get if we just like ran through this like, you know, like we could, like I've done in the past for these grand campaigns. It's pretty slow. We're only 10 years in, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fifth session. Now, obviously that does create a bit of a problem, and I've been doing some thinking about it. The fact that we're essentially going too slow. There's two parts of that I think will balance this out a little bit. Number one is that this summer, I'm gonna have a lot to do, but I'm probably gonna stream twice a week on weekends, I think is how I'll do it. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna be working on my research project. I'm gonna be working on my side project. I'll have a ton to do this summer, but I will be able to stream at least 2 times a week, so it'll go a bit quicker. The other thing, and I'm still figuring out how I want to do this, is I think we're gonna do time jumps. I know you are going to hear that and you may not like it. I didn't when I first came up with it, but I was sitting and I put a lot of thought into this, and I was doing a lot of thinking about this campaign and how I want it to play out, what I want to prioritize, how I need to balance time, realism, engagement for me and you, right? I can get bored of this shit just as much as y'all can, and everything else. So the way I think I want to do that is time jumps. This has a big downside that is almost immediately obvious, which is being gamed over when we can't control the family. That I'm going to compensate for by essentially kind of making it so we can only get game overed when I'm in control. So if I am not playing our family and they have a game over, I'll just fix it. I'm not going to save them and have all their titles continue and stuff like that, but I'll make sure we can come back from it. If we get it game over and I'm at the helm, we're fucking game over. That's the end of it, right? But I think this will solve a couple of really big problems with time, with scale, with engagement. And like I said, the end goal of this, I'm enjoying this massively like y'all are, and playing it is fantastic. But the other big objective for me at some point is I do want to turn this into kind of a bit of like a series, right? It's going to be not like I have done my other previous roleplay videos in the past. Like I intend to put the time and effort and potentially money and personnel, not into making like a full like dramatic TV show, right? But I want it to be good. And so I'm thinking from that perspective as well in terms of how I can do things. I'm fine if this takes years just to get to Stellaris. I have no problem with that. What I don't want it to do is take a decade. And if we play how we're doing right now, that's the time frame we're looking at. And I can't predict where my life will go. I can't predict my ability to commit to that. I can commit to probably 2 to 3 years down the line in terms of how I see it right now consistently. And beyond that, I probably can't. So yeah, we're going to do time jumps. I don't know how it's going to work yet. I'm still thinking through it. If you have suggestions or ideas, feel free to throw them at me. I appreciate that. That's another thing too is, guys, don't feel like you can't like make big suggestions. If you don't want to and you don't have them, that's fine. Nothing wrong with it. But like, I would like to think I'm not the type of person who, when they hear a good idea, doesn't be like, I don't know about that. That's fucking dumb. Like, if you give me a good idea, I'm going to probably try and incorporate it. Because I think that like the overarching thing with these grand campaigns is like, the way I view them is like, I'm the one doing them. I put a lot of effort into them. Like, I know I was that to myself and y'all, but they're also not just kind of mine in a way. I think there's a bit of element with that, with anything where you do it with other people. And I mean, if you're watching, you're not playing it, right? But one of the reasons I'm even willing to put this much effort in is because I know that there are people watching who really enjoy it. That's one of the things that makes it meaningful to me, besides my own, right? But as such, if you have ideas for things, suggestions, or criticisms, I will take those. Just don't be an asshole. That's literally all I ask. So I'm gonna throw that out there. I will let you guys know. I've got spring break over the next week, so I've got a little bit here while I'm chilling. And one of the things I have kind of on my long to-do list is to think more about that. So we'll leave that open. But I want to put that out there now, so I'm not just gonna jump it onto y'all. And there's a little time for consideration on it. So I do want to throw that out there. I think it'll be interesting too, because it adds a real unpredictability to things. What I think, if we do time jumps, what I will be willing to do is go in at the end of the time jumps and mess around with some things. Play God a little bit. I'm fine with doing that if it's for good reasons and for the role play and it makes sense and it makes things more interesting, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah, we'll throw that out there. Now, if you already are thinking, wow, Hamu has been ranting for a little while already here. Let me turn down my microphone. Boy, howdy, we got a lot more of that coming. So let's get into the fun stuff for today. So just to explain how we're going to be rolling out the Alliance and then also the Saxon Alliance, we're going to go over that very briefly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll start with a couple things here. Make sure my personal details aren't going to immediately get mined here and scraped. All right, let's go. So, I told you last week that the way I was going to do this for the rest of the alliances was twofold. Number one is I was going to basically do rolls to see if different leaders would join our alliance. I documented it here if you'd like to see it, including the rolls, including the actions. I did it with ChatGPT. I've really liked what I've started to get out of ChatGPT for a lot of different things lately. So I've been using it a lot. There were a couple failures, including some big ones. Most notably, I want to underline my favorite failure, which was where we went to see an old character you may remember if you've been watching so far. Remember our boy Count Donatus of Venetia? The man Ambrosius died for of fucking festering, infectious whatever wounds from the Aranchis. Want to see his response when we send an envoy to ask him? Count Donatus listens as you lay out the strategy, the necessity of discipline, and the honor in continuing your cousin's legacy. You speak not of sentiment, but of duty to a cause greater than any one man, of warriors who shape history through steel and leadership. But Donatus, ever the cool tactician, merely folds his arms and shakes his head. Your cousin fought well, and he died well, but I am not a sentimental man, Natanleod. I owe him respect, not my allegiance. This is not my war. If the Britons cannot hold their own land, they don't deserve to lose it. He did not join our alliance. That one was my favorite. God damn, bro. Yeah, so anyway, if you want to read the documentation that's in there for the different groups and stuff, we got a good number though. We got some big ones. Okay, so let's go over two things. I want to go over how the alliance system is going to work for the Britons, and I want to go over how the Saxon Circle will work for the invaders. They are completely different. I want to underline something, folks. I've made them a little complicated, I know. That may not work perfectly. That's fine. I've included this because it gives me a framework and a conceptual way to understand how these groups are going to work, and it's going to give the AI I'm going to roleplay with a conceptual understanding to tie everything in. It will not work perfectly, things will go wrong, but it will provide, I think, a lot if it works. So let's start with how the Grand Alliance will work. So essentially, the way it is at this point is I believe there are 8 members of the Alliance now. We'll go over them first really quickly. So we got Duke Riotimus of London. He is obviously still around. We've got Chieftain Gwurst of Rigid, the man who tried to intimidate the fuck out of us and wants a ton of loot. He is, of course, in here. We've got, God, these names. Briginton Tudwal of Dumnonia, who is obviously on board-ish. We've got Chieftain Ergil of Diffid. He's one of the Welsh leaders who did agree to join us. We've got Earl Mitra, the Bear of White. I didn't think he'd accept, and it was actually a pretty low chance he'd accept, but I think I rolled a 19 or something, which was crazy. So he actually did join. Little fun note here. He's also the one that currently has Merlin prisoner in his dungeons on the Isle of Wight, so that will probably come into play at some point. Just a heads up on that. Our 2 characters I will also talk about that kind of will be the wild cards, so we'll make this fun. Chieftain Budik of Kemper. He's from Britannia, so that's this guy. He was a wild card, also needed a really high roll to succeed and got it. Funnily enough, he joined, but Donatus didn't, so that's actually nice. It's a lot of troops. He had so many troops, in fact, I decided to throw in the big boy back home to make this even harder for us. So anyway, we've got Chieftain Arwis, not a Powis. He is of Ibaraku up here. He did decide to join. He's an absolute beast. Big promise there, though, in negotiations. He has explicitly asked and been given like equal general status to Gobanis, so that's important to note here. And then we got Cadwalden of Gwent, another person who had no business actually saying yes. I rolled very well there as well. I kind of didn't want him to say yes. He's a problem. He's going to be a huge problem. He is the most problematic member now of the Alliance and could cause massive issues. He's a gigantic asshole. When you think of the toxicity of Christian zealotry, that's this man. That's this guy right here. He is zealous, he is wrathful, he is fickle, he is a true Chalcedonian Christian. He hates everyone in the Alliance, including us. But he's here. Woo, we love him, right, guys? All right, factions. So the way this will work is there's 4 main factions, really 3, and there's a 4th one to tack on that's kind of independent, right? So there are the Pragmatists. Again, think of like basically like, you know, in CK2 councils, how there were like different types of counselors. That's like one of kind of the inspirations for this, but it's a little bit different. So they're the Pragmatists, they're the Opportunists, there are the Holy Warriors, and then there's basically the Hyper Loyalists, which is just Gobanis. Reotimus on a good day, but not really. Reotimus has got too much main character energy to be there. So just to briefly kind of overline them, you can read the whole thing if you'd like here. But Pragmatists are the dominant one, right? So it's gonna be Reotimus, Tudwal, Mitra. So those are like the big boys, Reotimus and Tudwal in particular. So yeah. The way that this will work in the role play, and I've explicitly asked the AI to kind of track their factions and movements between them and stuff like that, is I want a way to properly reflect the fact that this alliance is so fucking shaky, folks. There's not really a precedent for this, right? There are obviously Celtic traditions for working together and for councils to a degree from what I read, but they're very limited. The big inspiration, I think, certainly for Natanleod and Reotimus, and obviously overarching given their history in Britannia, is going to be Roman traditions. So there is obviously precedent for law and for structure and for organization, but given that a lot of the members are explicitly anti-Roman for very good reasons, that makes it even more complicated. So the way I want to kind of portray the basically shifting motivations and probably like the internal groups that will appear within it is going to be these 3 main factions. I'm hoping that the AI will play this out correctly. They may not. So yeah, that's going to be Natanleod side of the coin. Like I said, folks, I want you don't have to, but I would challenge you to pull yourself out for this session and however long this war goes from our character, our alliance, our good side of these guys. It's not how this is going to work. Like I said, I will roleplay Hengist, and I'm going to try and do my best to roleplay him out. And I hope that by roleplaying him out, you guys get to kind of see both sides. You don't have to support our side. This is going to be an interesting story no matter how it ends. There's not a good ending here, probably, in many ways. I mean, I think if Macweld obviously takes control, the guy who got Londinium, given he is an actual slaver, I mean, maybe that's the bad ending if he's the one who ends with a controlling interest here. I think that's probably a bad ending. But outside of that, there's not really a good character or a good ending, right? All right, this is complex. You're funny. Let's get to the complex part of the other faction. All right, so this DAI helped me a lot with. I'm gonna underline that to start with. So it may be a little wonky, but I really liked where it went with things, and I helped out a bit, so I really like it. So yeah, let's hop on over to the Saxons. So, okay. I don't know how this will work, folks. This may just completely break, and the AI may not be able to handle it, and it may just get overly complex, and I may end up changing and cutting things out of it. But if this works, Jesus Christ, this will be so fucking cool, folks. This will be so fucking cool. Yeah, all right, so let me read this very quickly. The Anglo-Saxon alliance is not a singular force. It is a shifting battlefield of ambition, oaths, strength, and fate. Unlike the Britons, who use structured councils and negotiations, the Saxon warlords rely on raw power, divine omens, and opportunistic alliances. I did a lot of reading about Saxon, Frisian, Judish, etc., religion and culture and history. They're very elitist. It's really interesting. I'd read about them before, but I did even more this week. And some things that really popped out to me, there were two things that popped out to me. One was the elitism innately involved with the Saxon in particular culture, and the narrative that started to appear in the last couple decades in like history and archaeology that suggests that, this is fucking interesting. I think you guys might find this interesting. That there's a narrative now starting to appear that a lot of basically the cultural changes that happened in post-Roman Britain that went very Anglo-Saxon and the dominance of the Saxons is less due to basically power of like these groups as a whole when they came over, because they were already very class-based and very hierarchical. It was the innate system and how powerful Saxon nobility and elites were in their culture that allowed them to basically dominate culturally so quickly in Britain and the lands they took. Essentially, the Saxon nobles would take over. They didn't really care if it was their people from the homeland or the locals they were ruling, but they immediately put in place the cultural system of hierarchy, and that was so strong and so dangerous and so economically heavy if you didn't ingratiate yourself to it, that people essentially culturally shifted very quickly to them. The comparison I immediately thought of and I found very interesting was the Muslim jizya tax. I think I'm saying that right, probably not. I think I might be. Essentially, a lot of like the caliphate and then the post like Muhammad various kingdoms and caliphates, when Islam grew very quickly in popularity and power and conquered large regions, they converted the locals very quickly. There's a narrative you'll hear in, especially I think, Christian West, which is that's because they were brutal and they'd murder you and they'd torture you if you didn't and stuff like that. There's always that when it comes to religious conversions, right? But probably their most powerful tool for enculturation was their economic policy, which I've always found fascinating. Essentially, those kingdoms would allow you to keep your faith if you were a Christian, a Jew, or anything else. You're welcome to, you could, but you'd pay an extra tax. And it was not a large enough tax usually to debilitate you. If you were a merchant, if you were a noble, if you were, you know, a wealthy artisan, you could make a living. It was, the way they did it was pretty cool. I've always found it interesting like this. It was delicate. It was enough that you fucking felt it every time you did your finances and tried to make money or tried to pay for your stuff or figure things out. But it was light enough that it was still a choice. So it basically made it so people had to choose to convert. They weren't forced to. And that's fucking interesting. I've always found that interesting. And it's so smart because that involves autonomy and choice for those people who were conquered. They didn't have to convert. They really did it. They could keep being their faith and they'd be fine, but not as good as they would be if they really did convert and switch over. And over a couple generations in time, that quickly led not just to real conversion and cultural shift for those regions, but actual buy-in. And that's, I think, the interesting comparison for the Saxons in Britain, and I think there's a big comparison there. Except, I'm sure there was an economic element, but it was more, I think, a social hierarchical one, in that these Saxon elites would come into these regions, put in place their system very quickly, and you didn't have to switch cultures. You didn't have to switch to the Anglo-Saxon language and start speaking it compared to Latin. You didn't have to do any of this stuff. But if in the social hierarchy that these Saxon elites enforced on the locals, if you didn't do that, you'd be on the lowest rung of society. It wasn't quite as bad as the Untouchables or in India or anything like that, but it wasn't too far off. You didn't have really many rights at all. And that was your choice. You could, if you wanted to, keep your traditions, keep your language, keep your culture, and you wouldn't be treated very well. Or you could make the switch and you'd be a freeman. and you get a little bit more rights. And I think that was probably one of the big pressures that led to a switch. Now, I bring all this up, A, because it's interesting, and B, because it relates to how we're going to run the Saxon War Council. Essentially, these guys are going to be the kind of like elites, right? They're not all Saxons. There's the Frisians and a few other groups here as well. But I want to kind of reflect that in basically their perspective and their power. So for them, that structure really matters to them. These leaders in the council, they're not looking at this like, for example, the Grand Alliance is going to be looking at things, which is there is an element of my people, my soldiers, my culture, my language, my values. Those matter to everyone, even fucking Chieftain Gorst, right? He's an asshole, but those things matter to him. For the Saxons, it's not like that. It's kind of like a precursor to like that later thing you hear in like Norse mythology, which is of course very similar to Saxon culture, at least in the beginning. That's complicated, but there's a connection there. Personal glory matters here, folks. Personal power is everything. These guys, their gods matter to them. That's the big thing, right? Their religion matters. That's innately tied to their sense of self and identity. But their people are not a major factor. It's them. It's their glory. It's their power. It's their making a name for themselves. It's their connection to the gods. That's what matters to all these guys. It's a very different dynamic, and it's going to play out as such. So we've got 4 main factors here. I hope the AI does this right. It may not, but we'll see. It's worth a try. Might, personal oaths and loyalty to each other, which do shift very quickly, destiny and omens, and then their innate greed. I'm trying to basically show the difference and play them out differently in this manner between just the vast cultural, religious, and hierarchical structures between these two groups and the conflict that's emerging from them. Because I think that's fucking interesting. It's one of the reasons I chose 476 in Britain. This is kind of encapsulating why I wanted to start and why it's so interesting. So that's how we're going to do this. So it's not going to function in the same. They're all going to work together because they have to, but it's not going to be an aligned system. It's going to be really essentially domination on one side of each other and their groups and their soldiers, and it's going to be tied to the religious elements, right? So I'm going to be actually doing roles. We're going to do like runic roles here. We're going to do like fate kind of events and stuff, destiny, all that kind of shit for these guys, because it matters to them. That's what defines everything. If someone has good omens, if someone rolled like, you know, the runes show that they're supposed to be a leader, they're all going to fucking hate it, but they all fear the gods enough they're going to listen. Things like that, right? So the way I'm going to represent this is in their personal traits, their weaknesses, and the prowess, and then the soldiers that they command, right? So the 2 biggest factors quantitatively are going to be their prowess, and then it's going to also be the number of soldiers they control. And then the other obviously big factor is their personal self and stuff. So this is the fun one. I don't know how the AI will do this. I've done some testing and it seemed to be all right, but we'll see. So ritual and omens. Unlike the Britons, whose decisions are mostly political, the Saxons must reckon with the word. Weird. Every major council will include a ritual, a vision, or an omen, and the warlords must choose how to interpret it. That'll be in real time. I've tried to get ChatGPT to basically play all these characters independently, including clashes with each other. So we'll see how that works. If they don't do it, it'll delegitimize them and everything else like that. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty big deal, folks. So, and then how will the power dynamics shift? Victories and defeats in battles, betrayals. Fun part here. So I was testing. Of course, I can, with debug mode, I can manually cause duels to happen. So at any one time for the Saxon circle, their alliance, there will be one person really on top. That'll be based on the omens. That'll be based on their personal strength of soldiers and their personal prowess, but it can always be challenged. And the way they're going to do that is duels. I'm going to allow duels to happen. That means a lot of these guys may just die. It won't be to the death. It'll be basically to like whoever wins, but obviously you can get wounded and still die, right? So any of these guys can challenge the others. It's the only way that there will be like really any ability and any legitimacy and any reason these guys would stay working together besides the religious element, right? It's gonna be the balance of the religious kind of omen interpretation and then the ability to just like demand fate, right? Which is a duel, which is I don't care if the signs and the runes say that you're our leader. Face me, you fucking coward kind of thing, right? But that's a big deal, so they shouldn't be doing that just easily. That's you're gambling with fate there, right? So anyway, that's that. There's one other character I'm gonna go over in a moment. She's really important. So we've got Petty Queen Hengist. If you want to read this, it's all here. I'm gonna be playing him until he dies, and I'll choose who to like role play after and things. I really want to give us kind of like what's the word for it? Like an active voice and an active perspective and an active position in the Saxon circle. Our connection to that is going to be King Hengist. He's old, but he was the first one to come to Britain at the invitation of Bedca, And he's fucking respected. He's very religious too. He takes that shit very seriously. We've got Chieftain Mar the Duelist. That is a player dynasty I want to underline too. I don't know whose dynasty that was. If it's yours, let me know, because I'm curious who made that. He's in this as well. We've got Chieftain Macweld. You remember him from the tournament at the end of last session where he, the slaver, right? He now owns London, and he's got lands in the Netherlands as well. It's where he came from. He's a Frisian, I think, or Saxon. We've got Vigabert. He's the one who basically called for the tournament in Londinium. He's a little fucking crazy. He's not like the other girls. And then we got King Bedca of the Saxon Confederation. I added him because we got Kemper to actually join. He's strong. King Bedca is like basically the last leader of the Saxon Confederation. That was the Saxon like large kingdom that was all over this region until it fractured. I'm gonna roleplay that out basically, that he and like his father lost control of all these lands, and now he's just with like the last part of his army waiting to basically seek out better lands and territory and cross to Britain. So for him, he's a big deal in all this because he kind of can't go home. There's not really a home for him. There's too many other groups that destroyed his old kingdom, and they're not gonna let him get those lands back. Even with all these soldiers, if he tries to conquer all these lands back, they'll just put him into the ground, right? But he's a powerful king, despite his flaws. A lot of them are still loyal to him because of his father and his ancestry and the name of his family. But that's not a certain thing, so he can't go home. They all fucking hate him. He's not really a strong leader. He's not a strong man at all. But he's got a lot of soldiers, so he automatically gets a seat at the table for that. So he's an interesting kind of player in all this. And then lastly, I wanted a really fun kind of wild card to offset Merlin, who may appear on the Alliance's side. So I made a custom character for this. And then we're, I think, done with the overview here. Chieftain Wolthrith. So she's gonna be our wild card. She's got a little bit of fun stuff going on here. She's a bit of a Chad. She's gonna be overseeing and basically leading like the omens and religious aspects of the Saxon circle. So she's a seer, a priestess, massively respected, but she's not a passive one. She's an actual fucking warrior. So she'll be interesting. I think we're done with the overview. Yes, we are. So that is where we stand. Pausing for a moment and bringing this all back together. I don't know how this will work, folks. I don't. This could end up not working well. We could have issues with it. I may change it in real time to fit what we need. The reasons I put this in place is because I think it'll be a lot of fun. It will add structure, and it will make this not just some little fucking war where I declare, we do the usual paradox bullshit of armies with, you know, we're gonna have some fun, probably potentially battles in Attila here. But I think this really raises the stakes and makes it more complicated. And it means another thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought we were going fast, you're right. We've been going way too fast. I'm joking, kind of. We're going on speed 1 today. We're gonna go on speed 1. Why are we going on speed 1? Because this is the most important, probably, portion of the whole grand campaign, like right here, folks. Yes, we are. There's like 130 mods. Total War Attila is on. The rule is we only do those battles if it is our character in command, though. So it'd have to be Natanleod leading in order for us to use Attila. We basically don't have a choice. If the battle's really small and we're automatically gonna win, I can just skip it. But if it is like equal odds, there's a chance of losing at all. I have to play it in Attila if it is Natanleod, if it's our main character. So yeah. We're going speed 1. Why? Because this again is the most important portion probably of the grand campaign here, folks. This is going to decide everything about our house, about Britain, about Europe, about the future of everything. If you've watched my other grand campaign or played one of your own, you should be very, very aware of the butterfly effect in history, right? It is a very real thing, and you see it immediately. It's one of the reasons I love grand campaigns so much, is you see it in real time. You see the effect of characters, of decisions. It just plays out over and over again, and when you think that it can't possibly show up again and have an effect on the future, it does. It's like actual history. It's so cool. This is the most important, probably, portion of the grand campaign. This will decide basically who gets the edge in the struggle of Britannia, whose culture, whose religion, whose vision of like where we are going to be and our family will be in the future will dominate. This is everything. That's why I put the effort into building these systems. It's why I've put the effort into making this role play a lot more in depth, and it's why I've put the focus into underlining everything. One other thing that needs mention before we begin here. I did a poll in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord already, ladies and gentlemen, I have a Discord, and I do allow for basically special votes in there that are only in that Discord, because that's where I think a lot of active people tend to show up, and I want to, like, you know, show appreciation for that. I did a poll to basically see who we're going to approach for help as kind of like a desperate measure. I gave two options: the Scots and the Irish. I'm not going to open Discord. I've closed down my computer because my computer can barely handle ChatGPT, streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and playing CK3 at max settings with 100 and something mods on. My computer's running on fumes here, so I'm not going to open Discord and cause my computer to burst into flames. But the poll was basically, as a desperate move, who do we approach to help? Do we go to the Scots, the Picts, the Scotty, the Caledonians in the north, or do we go to the Hibernian Irish in the west? There were different advantages for both, and the one who, Wales got 2 votes, yeah. The one who won was Ireland. Now, the way I'm gonna do this is we're actually gonna start today with our first alliance meeting for both sides. And one of the major agenda items that Natanleod is gonna bring up in the first alliance meeting is that everyone there will know that they are not looking to be in good shape. There's a good number of leaders in this alliance now. They're a solid force. I think in total, we can bring around 7,000 troops to bear, I think. 7,000 to 8,000 troops. Our enemies have more than that. They have around 14,000. Something like that. It's a lot more. So, as a result, the number one thing in this alliance meeting for obviously the locals is going to be, oh god, we're fucked. What on earth can we do to not get fucked here? And that's where Natanleod is going to bring up Ireland. So Ireland will not be a certain thing. There's going to be a discussion on it, but I want to give autonomy to these other characters and to the AI. If they decide not to do it, we have the choice as Natanleod to still go do it and potentially break the whole alliance. Or if they agree that that's the best course of action, we can basically vote on who's going to go to Ireland and talk to them. I'm open to it being another character and just role-playing them going to Ireland and stuff, but we'll see. So I think I've covered everything. Only a little around an hour here. Drink some water. A second. So, to start off with, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be doing the first alliance discussion. The way I'm going to do this is, ChatGPT can be a little weird. It can do weird things. It can say weird things. So I'm going to actually not show that this time. What I will do, I think, is we're going to get kind of like, we're going to set the stage, I guess. One moment here. I should have set this up before streaming, but I was also doing some edits and doing some planning stuff until literally the last second. So you will forgive me if I seem underprepared. I promise you I put in a lot of work this week on this campaign. Be very assured of that. Okay. Well, who am I missing here? Rothimus we should have as well. Yep. Nonia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm missing 1. Who am I missing? Bear with me. Mitra. Okay. So the way we're gonna do this, I think it's the barber shop. So you don't have to just stare at like the base game stream here the whole time. I'll also turn off my camera now because we are about to get going. If I remember how to do this. There's a lot of folks here, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm just gonna so all the characters are visible. That's all I really care about. I should know how to do this. I've been in enough fucking YouTube thumbnails. They love to like stack on top of each other too. It's really funny. There's a lot of beards. Yes, there are. Oh, yes. Right. All right. Let us begin. I hope this goes well. If it does not, we shall see. And we use a bit of music for this too. I'll lay the scene. I'll read out all the answers and stuff like that, all that kind of thing. So, alrighty. Alrighty. This is the first alliance meeting of the Alliance of Lagris. It will be several weeks after the great tournament in London, where the city went to Macweld, a Saxon. The local Britons, having failed to get it back. The alliance was originally Riothemus's dream. Yet, with the loss of Rome's greatest city, his reputation is no longer quite what it once was. There are many reasons the chiefs and kings of Britain have come, but the one they all share is the existential danger of the Saxons, Jutes, and all the rest. That is now undisputed. Word has come from the Far East, brought by traders and heathens alike, that a new Saxon king is preparing to cross the Channel. He brings thousands of men, and like Caesar in the past, will not return home under any circumstance. This, in some ways, proves the necessity of this meeting and alliance, but also starkly makes clear how dangerous active opposition will be. At present, the alliance members, if they fully commit, their men have around 8,000 soldiers. The forces of the Saxon, I don't want to say nations, Saxon leaders, numbers close to 15,000. Every one of the gathered leaders here knows not the exact numbers, but is aware the odds are not in their favor. The meeting will be held in Glievum, given its central location to all those who have come. Natanleod is the one who dealt with every single leader here. He convinced them, but he did so with the suggestion Riothemus would be not king, but certainly the guiding force. However, with Riothemus now, I don't want to say cowed, but laid far lower than in the conception of the alliance, there is a clear mood of uncertainty. Nobody knows what this will be, or entails, or what the others have been promised. All right, now we'll get into the kind of the start of things here. Natanleod stood around the large circular table he had roughly construction the week prior. It was an ugly thing, but born from the necessity to make clear to all this meeting and alliance was one of equals. There was no king, emperor, or tyrant. He looked at the faces of the hard men who stood around it. A few speaking to each other, but none with a look other than grim determination, anger, or even disgust of the others. A bad start, a dangerous mood, but at least they were here. Turning to Riothmus, he gave a nod. The day before, his father-in-law had asked him to begin things, knowing well his tenuous place in all of this. A good man, always acting by his convictions. Gentlemen, I am Natanleod. Constantinus, here we go. Gotta say the whole thing. Britannicus, you know me. I have met you all and spoken at length with each. I know many here have reservations, fears, and even dislike of one another. We're a very honest band, as always, so we gotta shoot from the hip here. We got a bit more diplo than we used to, though, which is nice. But most of you were in London. Or not London, where'd we have that? It was in Ostfalen, right? Ostfalen? Where our many peoples failed to win back our greatest city. It doesn't matter if it was yours or another's. It was Britain, or I should say Britannia. It represented our fallen legacy. Rome's victory and strength, and then our own. We must decide the course of things. Consider other allies who have not already dismissed this meeting. And if nothing else, plan how we intend to fight this war. You all know the Saxon kings coming. It will not be long. Alrighty. Now, this is the moment of truth, folks. We see if ChatGPT will actually work how it was working for me when I tested. So if it's weird, I may do some changes and stuff and tweak around with it a little. But we'll try and I'm hoping we'll play this out well. So let us begin. ChatGPT keeps lagging and breaking for me because I have like a bunch of giant projects going on it. So it lags a lot. 1 second. Oh, that's super fucking cool how it's doing it. Okay, interesting. I don't think I'm gonna read some of this stuff to y'all because I think it's more background, and I think you'll enjoy it more if it just kind of becomes clear through dialogue and where things go. No, you won't, because I want to keep some of this stuff basically behind closed doors. The nice thing about Voices of the Court in the mod, which I'd prefer to be using now, but it doesn't allow you to roleplay with multiple characters, is that it does the backend stuff and makes it so you and I can't see it, which really helps with a lot of things. ChatGPT doesn't work like that. It will show me and you, if I stream it, the backend, which I don't want you guys seeing, because I think it's more interesting for it to happen organically. So. It's almost done. ChatGPT likes to rant. I believe. Come on. Oh, let's fucking go. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna let it load. Then we begin. Ah, yes. This is what I was hoping for. It's gonna kind of like read like almost a book, folks. So you're gonna be in for a slow ride here. But like I said, this is important. I want to do it right, and I think this will be a lot of fun. So. Yeah, just kind of get yourself out of the immediate, like, we're going to be right-clicking buttons and stack wiping armies for a second. This is like the preload to things. So enjoy kind of the drama of it, the development of things, and the uncertainty. The biggest thing I tried to make clear, and I tested to get, was to make sure that basically the AI in responding is actually organic, doesn't favor me or any other character, and like is willing to basically just have this whole thing go to shit, if it makes sense, right? So that's the fun thing as well. There's no certainty. This alliance may break and things may just go dramatically different. Same with the Saxon one. That's kind of like one of the things that makes this so interesting, I think, right? So. Bro just said ChatGPT likes to rant. A bit ironic, ain't it? Listen here, all right? I rant for good reasons, all right? It's definitely not a problem at all, or like relates to my fairly well-treated ADHD or anything. It's definitely not related to that. All right, here we go. The First Council of the Alliance of Block Greece. Again, one more time, if you hear weird things, I can just basically say anything's not canon and remove it. It may sound weird, but we'll move past it. Just try and follow the overarching story. That's what matters here, folks. The room was silent, a silence thick enough to be called a second presence, one that lingered among the gathered warlords, kings, and chiefs like an unwelcome ghost. Firelight flickered against the rough stone walls of the great hall in Cleveland, casting long shadows across the faces of men who had fought wars, lost cities, and seen their people struggle against the unyielding tide of invaders. Natanleod's words still hung in the air, unanswered. Across the table, Chieftain Boudic of Kempar, the one from Britannia, was the first to shift, his mouth curving into the hint of a smirk, his hands clasped before him, his sharp, scheming eyes flickered across the room, measuring reactions, weighing the mood. Must we pretend we do not all know why this gathering feels so uncertain? He says at last, his Breton accent giving his words a cutting edge. When this alliance was first spoken of, we all believed Riothemus of Londinium would lead us. But Londinium remains in the hands of Macweld, and with it, so there's a great deal of Riothemus's power. The words landed like a thrown gauntlet, the first challenge, subtle though it was in some ways. At the mention of his name, Riothemus lifted his head slightly, but he did not immediately respond. His face, still noble despite the deep lines of fatigue and failure, remained impassive. He had known this moment would come. Cadwallon, however, did not wait. That is the man from Northern Wales in Gwynedd. He is like a full-on Christian zealot. I regret. We had to go talk to him, but I'm really sad that he joined us. The self-proclaimed Sword of God steps forward, the weight of a zealot's conviction. He was not a man of subtlety nor diplomacy. His long brown beard bristled as he spoke, his voice low but laced with disdain. The Lord sees all things, Cadwallon intoned, his piercing gaze flicking to Riothemus, and he sees the weak. Londinium fell because it was built on Roman sin, a den of corruption that no longer deserves its crown. If it had been the will of God that Riothemus should lead us, would he have allowed such disgrace? A few murmurs rippled through the assembly at that. Some nodded, others frowned. Religion was always a dangerous force in these lands and at this meeting. Riothemus, to his credit, remained silent. He did not lower his eyes, nor did he strike back. So he's just basically listening to this shit, taking it like the beast he is. Worse, the warlord of Rigid gave a derisive snort. Oh, enough of this priest nonsense, he scoffed, shifting his weight in the chair. The city fell because it was a damned city, nothing more. And what of it? The real question is whether this meeting is worth our time at all. Natanleod, you met with each of us, made us each promises. His eyes glinted like a man sniffing out deception. Tell me, will they all be honored? Because I care not for kings or councils. I care that my men see reward when the dust settles. If this alliance cannot guarantee this, why should Rigid spill blood for it? There it was, the first open challenge, the first demand for clarity. Natanleod, I'm gonna read this. This is kind of like a bit fourth wallish, but I think it's kind of interesting, so I'll allow it. Natanleod saw it now, the sides were forming. Boudic and Gwrst, the opportunists, waiting to see how much they could take. Cadwallon, a fanatic, disgusted with Riothemus and hungry for a holy war. Again, Riothemus is a Pelagian Christian, and Cadwallon is a very zealous Chalcedonian Christian, so just immediate issue there. Riothemus, proud but on the defensive, he would not speak unless it was worth speaking, the Chad that he is, Jesus. Mitra, Erigol, and Gobanus, silent for now but watching. These men had not yet chosen a side. This was spiraling. If it continued like this, it would become a contest of egos rather than strategy. A decision had to be made, and quickly. Would Natanleod redirect the conversation towards war strategy before collapsing? Would he defend Riothemus, salvaging his father-in-law's dignity? Would he challenge Gwrst openly, laying out the authority he had gained? Or would he address Cadwallon? A silence settled. It was his moment to speak. Fuck yeah, this is going how I hoped. Let's do this. Alrighty. So, what is Natanleod thinking right now? I kind of want to take a second to think about him for a moment. Who the fuck is Natanleod at this point? I had a very good sense of who he was in the beginning, but he's very different now. Not just because he has those luxurious locks and he looks like an absolute fucking beast himself, but also because he's changed dramatically. When he first took power from his cousin, he was uncertain, he was untested. He was a good warrior then, a studied, learned man, but he was very much okay being a background person. I mean, like, it just, not a lot of things matter to him like they do for other people. And I think he was a very easy man to kind of understand that. He's very different now. What has changed for Natanleod since then? The biggest thing, obviously, is that he has a wife and children. That is massive. Not only does he have a wife, ladies and gentlemen, he's got a pretty fucking impressive wife. This is not some like docile, you know, traditional kind of woman in this era who will just have his kids and you know, kind of is, I don't want to say submissive, that's not the right word, but the culture obviously in these time period for women was rough. Frontina is not that. She don't give no fucks. She's probably stronger than he is in many ways. She's a real, like, I wouldn't even call them equals. I think in some ways Frontina's probably a stronger person in many ways. But my point being is, like, now that he has a wife like that and a partner like that, he's got kids to fight for and care about who are beginning to grow up. He has the full loyalty of what is probably now at this point the greatest commander in Britannia. And he now understands the stakes better than ever, right? Which is that there's yet another Saxon king coming over to invade. The stakes are high, not just for him and his peoples, but also for his wife and kids and for his family and in-laws. But he's also in the same time kind of come into his own, right? He's had success against all the odds. He's done the impossible. This is a hard situation and a hard council meeting, but like they all showed up, and they didn't just show up for no reason. They all showed up because he did manage to convince them for better or worse. So what is he thinking right now? We talked before about his like greatest motivator being that he wants like people he respects to respect him back, right? I think that was one of the things that kind of came up in the conversation with Gobanus, but I would see this as a moment where he kind of tries to like come into his own and take the situation, not in a hyper aggressive like a way like Uther would, but I think he full sends it here. But there's no certainty with that, but I think he would take it that way. I think he'd be able and capable enough to do that. He's less concerned with proving himself now. Yes, that is true, but it is still certainly a motivation for him. It does matter. So I don't think his immediate response would probably be he wants to defend his father-in-law. He respects Rothamus a lot, but like he'd probably, I think, have the wisdom to be like, nope, that's a trap. I don't go down that road, right? So he kind of needs to like take command here. His Diplo's not bad now, but it's his martial and his prowess that like really have gotten pretty considerable. Part of that's obviously the advice of his wife and Gobanus, but partly him himself. He was never that bad in it. So I think he just takes us the martial direction in terms of like why they're all fucking here. So, alrighty. Natanleod lets the silence sit for a moment, not in any rush to fill it. He let his gaze travel to each of the Gravard leaders in turn. Not backing down, not showing insecurities, though they were certainly still there, but appraising each in turn for who they were. Remembering what it had taken to get each of them in this room. The sacrifices and dangers he had chosen and would choose again. Like all of them, perhaps even more so, he was risking almost everything to be here. And he knew it. Finally, with, oddly enough, a slight smile crossing his face, he shook his head. There is only one thing that can make this work. Already, every one of you, like me, is thinking that this may be a bad idea. Again, he's very honest, so let's just fool it on that. We're all so very different. There are similarities, shared values, and convictions, but that does not matter, really. We're here because we love our families, our wives, our children, and our people. It does not matter what else we hold dear. For if we do, not only does this alliance fail, you will see your streets run red with blood, and those you hold dear die. And when you do, you will remember this moment when you had a chance to save them. Do you wish to die that way? As cowards? As those who chose personal gain and petty value over those they should hold dearest. There is only one way forward. Together. I have men, and the greatest general in Britannia. Gobanus needs no introduction. Is why he is the only one here who is not a great noble lord. We have the tools for victory, gentlemen. No, not gentlemen, that's modern. My lords, we'll go with that. Will we cast them aside so quickly? All right, we're gonna go the pure honest route here. This can backfire, or it can maybe be enough to get them to actually give a shit. Let's see. Oh boy, let's go. Okay. It'll be a moment. It takes a minute to load these. But yeah, so from Natanleod's perspective, he's just kind of like rejecting Cadwallon, who was basically trying to bait Riothamus. He was rejecting kind of the whole premise that a lot of them are already approaching this with. But Natanleod's also rejecting the reality of the situation a little bit. Maybe naive in a naive way, but also maybe in like a I have to way, right? Which is that if they take this route and he acknowledges it, it's just done already. So he's trying to get them to move forward with a common ground. It will maybe succeed, it will maybe not succeed. It could backfire, they could be insulted. But I think from his perspective, his person, his values, and the necessity of the moment, that's the only thing he can do, right? So, yeah. A hush fell over the room as Natanleod's words settled in the air. The flickering torchlight did little to warm the cold steel of the gathered men's stares. But there was something undeniable about what he said. For a long moment, yet again, no one spoke. Then it was Gobanus who shifted. His great frame stirred beside Natanleod's. His expression, always thoughtful, now carried a quiet intensity. My lord speaks true. His voice was deep, but calm, measured. I have fought in many battles, more than I care to count, but I have never seen victory come from disunity. The Saxons, they are not stronger than us. They are not braver, but they are more unified, and that is why they will win. He looks around the room, his sharp eyes lighting briefly on Gwrst and Budik, before continuing. If we break apart before the first blow is struck, then we have already lost. Mitra the bear, that's this guy, he is also a heathen. He is like worships Sol, just like one of the old Roman gods. But he's a great warrior, that's why he's here. Exhaled through his nose, rubbing his chin. Wise words, but wisdom alone does not lead armies. His piercing gaze turns towards Riothamus. God damn, everyone is fucking ganging up on our boy. Fuck off. This alliance was your vision, Riothamus. If we are to unite under a single cause, I would hear from you. Do you still have the strength to see it through? A test. A chance for Riothamus to prove whether he is still worthy of the authority he once held. For the first time, Riothamus did speak. He straightened, and though he was weary, far more so than in days past, his voice remained steady. You ask if I have strength. Strength is a curious thing, Earl Mitra. I have seen great men win battles and squander their victories. I've seen cowards live long enough to be called wise men. Strength is not only in the sword, it is in knowing when to wield it. He turns to Natanleod, his gaze steady. It is true that the loss of Londinium was my failure. But if any man here claims he has never failed, let him stand now as king, and I will bend the knee myself. Jesus. Silence. No one moved. Riothamus let his words linger before continuing. We have no king, no emperor. That is our strength and our weakness. But we have something greater. The knowledge that if we do not stand together, we will all hang separately. At this, Chieftain Aragol, silent until now, grunted. Well said. You make your case and I will not deny its truth. But unity alone will not win us this war. We need strategy. We need men. We need a plan. And I'm not yet convinced we have one. Budik of Kemper, from Brittany, scoffed, leaning forward. And that's where the real matter lies, isn't it? Who commands? Who decides? Are we to be led by Riothemus? By Natanleod? By some council of equals? He flicked the gun, said Cadwulin, clearly unimpressed by the zealot's presence. Or will this become a war not only against the Saxons, but against our own ambitions? There it was, the crux of the matter. Unity was agreed upon in theory, but not in practice. Who would lead, and what was the battle plan? The tension in the room deepened. Would Natanleod propose a formal structure for the alliance? Would he push Riothemus to lead despite his doubts? Or would he suggest a council-based system ensuring no one man held all the power? This was the first true decision of the alliance, and it is also going to be the first poll of the day, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so the poll is going to be 3 options. Riothemus, we can push for Riothemus to lead despite everything. We can actually push for ourselves to lead. I'm going to say kind of in the background, I think before this, there would have been a discussion between Natanleod and Riothemus. And I think Riothemus would have like the clarity and force of will to basically suggest like, it might need to be you who leads. So I think this is kind of up in the air. And then, of course, there's the option for the Council of Equals, which is kind of chaotic, but might be necessary for this to work. So those are your 3 options. If you're on Twitch, you can just vote in the poll. If you're on YouTube watching, just let me know in the comments there on YouTube, and I will add those votes into the final tally and to the side. I am going to do a 5-minute long poll. I'll do a 3-minute long poll here. I'm going to grab a bit more water, and it gives a chance for y'all to really think about this decision and not just pick it. No, fuck it. I'm going to do a 5-minute poll. This really fucking matters. This could break everything. So 5-minute poll. Those are 3 options. You have a moment here to like consider what you want to do, consider the consequences of this, and to think kind of about where this goes. This is a really, really fucking big one, folks. So first poll of the day, and I'll be right back in a moment. I'm gonna grab some water. back. Oh, it is fucking tight. Jesus. 9 right now for Natanleod, and then 8 for Council of Equals, and then I'll have to add in the YouTube ones too. So, Jesus, that is fucking close. Well, Natanleod's up to 11. I think that'll probably get it here. All right, so final tally. I have the YouTube votes here. Every single one of them was for Natanleod, so another 4. So the final tally will be 15 for Natanleod, 8 for a Council of Equals, and 6 for Reothimus. Okay, wow. I didn't expect it to go that way. I thought y'all would vote for Reothimus or a Council of Equals. I did not think it would be for Natanleod. I think some of y'all are starting to see Natanleod how I'm seeing a little bit now, right? This guy is, I think, going to be my favorite character of this grand campaign. I don't know, man. You get some good ones later. You never know what to expect for them. He's already, I think, probably my top 3 favorite CK3 character I've ever played. Because he's very unique, and he's kind of been so fucking interesting. Natanleod did the whole Mass Effect thing of meeting everyone and making deals that had to be him. Yeah, no, I get it. That's true. That is true. Yeah, he really will be the founder for our dynasty if it survives. He is that guy. He is that guy. He wasn't that guy when he started, but he's that absolutely beautiful type of person who is not supposed to be anything and becomes everything. So with that, I have to think for a moment about how this will go. So let's put ourselves into the shoes, into the mind of Natanleod for a moment. Any of y'all ever had one of those moments? I know you've all had at least one time, but I think the older you get, A, the more you see them, and B, the more often they happen, because that's just how life works. But you know that moment where you're in a situation, or you have to make a choice, or something is happening to you, and in that moment you kind of almost break the fourth wall of your own self, and you kind of stop and look, and you realize that you're probably making a decision that will define your life in a good amount of ways. Not everything, you know, but I've always been of the belief that there's infinite timelines out there. Every decision kind of butterflies, right? We all see it, you know, in history and in our own lives, right? Decisions matter. And I think all of us have had that moment where we stop in a moment and we're like, oh fuck, what I'm about to decide matters a lot for me and potentially for other people in a lot of different ways. I think Natanleod's probably gonna be able to see that here. Because he already knew the importance of the moment. He's probably been thinking about this whole situation for a while, of course. And he's been thinking about this very question. How the fuck does this system work? How can it work? He could try and push for a Council of Equals or like some consul type bullshit that he has a frame of reference for. But most of the people gathered here identify more as Britons and fucking hate Rome anyway, right? If he tried to push a Roman system, they'd already just be like out the fucking door. So that's not an option. You gotta look for a moment at like how the Celtic culture itself worked, which all these guys either directly are, like Dumnonia, or they are very similar to like basically everyone else. And in Celtic culture, from what I have read at least, there is cooperation. There's obviously kind of like shared alliances and tribal affiliations, but they also have a lot of similarities to the Saxons and the Romans in their most basic true form. As it has always been in history, it's a matter of strength. It's a matter of strength in terms of armies, in terms of resources, in terms of personal skill, but it also just comes down to the force of fucking will you have, right? And I think Natanleod would understand that in this situation. I don't think he'd want to be in charge. I don't think he'd want to be leading this group. He would hate it. He'd much rather Reothimus just kind of dictate things, I think. But he also realizes, and I'm going to go with basically Reothimus even spoke to him the day before because he got here early or something like that. And Reothimus said to him like, if it goes that way, I will keep leading things, but I don't think that's how this will happen. You're going to have to do it. You will have to. I'll advise you, I'll help you as Gomanis will, but it has to be you, my guy. If I do it, we're going to lose either half the alliance off the bat or it will collapse. If it is a Council of Equals, then it will either A, collapse, or B, it will not function at all. It just won't. It's got to be you, buddy. And so I think Natanleod, like, maybe even he knows like this is like you know, an inevitable situation in many ways. Like there's no alternative. So it's a bit of a roll of dice. It's the roll of fate here. But what's that phrase that I keep thinking about from fucking Kingdom Come 2? Audentis fortuna juvat, I think it is, right? Fortune favors the bold. And that's true, and I think Natanleod will get that here. So I think, yet again, like our first choice, we just gotta full send it. We gotta full commit to it and let the chips fall where they do. So, let us do so. That's the one. Audentis fortuna juvat. Such a good game. If you're not already playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I really recommend you play it. It is so fucking good. I wish I'd had more time to play it. I just don't. I've gotten a good way into it, but time. Alrighty. The room was tense. Fine words spoken. Consideration honestly given. Some reconsidering, for better and worse. A moment of clarity as Natanleod that he must speak and he must decide, not for them, but for the identity of the alliance itself. He was the only one who could. As in many ways, at this point, they were all here for him, not as loyal subjects, friends, or even allies, but because he had convinced them. Nothing more, nothing less. And so, he must cast the die of fate and accept its consequences. With that, he pulled out his sword, which immediately caused many of the gathered nobles to react in surprise and anger. But Natanleod simply threw it onto the table. That, my friends, is my failure. Almost all of you were there when all our peoples failed. The invaders, in their hubris and arrogance, gave us an honest chance to prove our worth in combat, and we all failed. Me included. I made it close, as did you. I think it was Arthwis, right? So really quickly, let me check the wiki. Thank you very much, whoever did the tournament wiki post for London, because like I've actually been using it with some stuff, and it's thank you very much for whoever wrote that. I think it was Aces. Who was it who almost got to the end as well? Arthwis. Chieftain Arthwis also got there. I made it close, as did you, Chieftain Arthwis. But in the end, it was not just a Saxon who won. It was Mackwelt, a slaver, the worst of an already barbaric people. They are not disunited. As Riothemus says, they are firm in will and accept that the strong must dictate fate. I promise you, at this very moment, across our beloved Britannia. They are doing something akin to this, and they will not bicker and question. They will find their leader, and they will march. We must do the same. I am no great king, nor do I want to be. My cousin gave me my family's legacy, and I take that burden with the responsibility due. I am here for my people, my faith, my wife, and my children. And I must be the one to lead, not as a tyrant or king. This alliance must only last until its purpose is served. Then disintegrate like ash in the wind. I can promise no certainty in victory, only certainty in decisiveness, will, and utter commitment. That is all I can give. All right, folks, here we go. It might fail though. This might not work. We might lose people, or B, they might just say no. Oh boy. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. This is gonna get interesting. Yep, I figured this might happen. Everyone enslaved someone else? I mean, yeah. I mean, that's basically what marriage was before like 1800s as well. That's kind of a joke, kind of not. All right, here we go. For a moment, the room remained frozen in the wake of Natanleod's words. The sword lay upon the table, its presence undeniable, a challenge, a declaration, and perhaps even an admission of his own mortality. Some stared at it, others at him. Then, Cadwallon spoke, his voice sharp and edged with scorn. You cast down your sword, Natanleod, yet claim the right to lead. Do you not see the contradiction? A warrior without his blade is no warrior at all. If you believe yourself the man to lead, then wield your sword. Do not discard it like a Roman pin pusher who thinks words will win the day. His hand clenched the hilt of his own blade, his faith burning in his eyes, meeting Natanleod's. You are brave, I grant you that. But the Saxons do not fear courage, they fear righteousness. They are demons who must be driven from this land with fire and steel, not counsels and careful words. Another silence followed. Riosmus shifted slightly, but did not interrupt. Mitra's gaze was unreadable, thoughtful. Then came Gwurst. He scoffed, shaking his head. By God's teeth, I knew this would happen. He leaned forward, pointing a finger towards Natanleod. You think I care who leads? I don't. But you better make damn sure you win if you do. I came here because I was promised coin, spoils, and land, and so did others. You think unity will come from some grand speech? No. He tapped the table. It will come when men believe they can follow you to victory. His gaze darkened. So tell me, Natanleod, how do we win? Our goal of Defit, that is our one Welsh leader besides Gwynedd here, until now silent, nodded slowly. He has a point. We have men, but not enough. We have leaders, but not unity. If you lead, you must show us the path forward, not just tell us to walk it. Natanleod felt the weight of their words settle upon him. He had chosen his path. Now he had to justify it. Before he could speak, Budak chuckled darkly. He's already told you how he will win, fools. He turns his sharp gaze to Natanleod. Decisiveness. Commitment. There is no strategy that will guarantee victory, but there is one that will guarantee defeat. Hesitation. The Saxons will not hesitate. He leaned back, a knowing smirk on his face. So, Natanleod, what is the first step? Who strikes first? The question hung in the air like a blade over all their throats. Natanleod had their attention, but it would not last if he failed to provide direction. Would he rally them for a first decisive strike? Would he seek more allies? Would he prepare their defenses? This was the first true test of his leadership. So what this means is that there is non-acceptance of him leading or of this alliance in general, but they all appear to be at least be open to it. And their openness to it and desire to continue with him or in any way is entirely dependent on basically he has to pitch them. This just basically turned into post-Roman Britain Shark Tank, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to put this like very clearly in terms of what this is. This is now Shark Tank. Natanleod basically is the investor showing up right now and trying to convince them all that he has a great plan in the future. And if he doesn't, he'll get laughed out of the room and they all go home. If he does, then things get interesting. So I will do the second poll of the day. I'll frame it, I'll figure out how it works, but the AI gave us like 3 options and I think it's right here. So I'm gonna give a poll for this as well. And we'll decide from there. This will be a 3-minute long poll, not a 5-minute long poll. So a little bit quicker here, but I want to give you all enough time to be able to answer properly. Poll is up. If you're on YouTube, there are 3 options here. It is basically the direction that Natanleod is going to propose going forward for the alliance. Strike first, find more allies, or prepare for the coming storm and like prepare to defend from it, essentially, when the Saxon king arrives in Britannia. It's called Dragon's Den in the UK and sounds more apt. Yeah, it does. Oh, Dark Noob, you're the one that has the Frisian house. That's cool as fuck, my man. Your boy did really well. He has a bunch of land in Britain. He's also going to be one of the big characters in the alliance for the Saxons as well. Also, I know this is dragging on long, but I have something fun today, folks. I'm going to stream much longer than normal. It's been a while since I've done a long stream. I am now on spring break. I have really nothing going on for the next week. That's not true. I have all the things going on, but nothing I need to immediately show up for. So it'll be a longer stream today. If you have to go to bed and you're in Europe or an American and have a life, feel free to just come back and watch it later. But I will be streaming. I'm probably going to shoot for around 6 or 7 hours today. So just heads up. Unless I just get really tired, which is always possible. That is why I am in absolutely no rush. At present, the vote stands at 8 for striking first, 15 for more allies, and 1 for weathering the storm. You're from South America, what should I do for my time then? Whatever the fuck you want. As always. Mike, we're not going down that road right now. We're gonna not do that. That's what we're not gonna do. Don't get me monologuing. It's not what we need right now. All right, pretty decisively for more allies. I'll add in the YouTube votes as well. 3, 4. So that'll put it up to decisively for more allies, but strike first will be pretty close. But I think the final tally will be 19 for more allies, and then 13 for striking first, and more allies. Okay. This gets complicated fast. Let me explain a couple things that are really important to understand here, which Salmon has already gotten to. So, in this time period, the Irish and the Britons aren't on very good terms. I did a... Oh man, this is gonna be hard to figure out. The Irish are not well liked. They are currently in the actual game raiding Wales. The neighbor of one of the people gathered here today. If we're like, hey guys, I have a great plan. Let's go talk to the Irish and like get them to come help us. Everyone here would be like, oh, so he's a crazy person. Okay, no, okay, that makes more sense. This is a crazy man. This is an insane man. Okay, so well, I'm going home. I'll see you all later. So we can't do that. We could talk to the Scots and the Picts and the Scotty and be like, hey, we know these people up north. You remember like the ones that have been constantly raiding and fighting us for like as long as everyone here can remember, especially you, Gwurst, on the fucking Hadrian Wall. You remember how Hengist and the Saxons and the Jutes and all the rest were brought over explicitly to fight off the Picts and the Scotty and the Caledonians? Remember them? I think they'd make really good allies. We should go talk to them. And then we had like the same response as what we get to the Irish. So it makes this complicated. The other problem is that we absolutely do need more allies. At present, this is not a coalition that can win. So I'm trying to think here for a moment. Let's take a little look back into the game. Can I, get myself on something. Can I save this? Let me see. I think I can. So we'll come back to this in a moment. Let's take a look at the map. We need more allies. So I'll kind of run this down for you guys. You can see like the alliance signatures, like who is already on our side. Castra Celurum and Mediolanum, I decided just to basically invalidate. I didn't even roll for them. They were involved with Carleon and basically fighting us like a ton over the last little period here, so I didn't even roll for them. They're not going to join the alliance. That's just not an option. This is where Ergol's from. He did join us. His neighbor Leventia would actually be very nice. The problem is he's being invaded by like all the fucking Hibernians right now, which is why Ireland's actually kind of not an option at the moment, even though I did a pull for it. The way I'm gonna do this is basically if we manage to get them all on our side in the future and we get desperate, that and like there's more like actual respect and buy-in for Natanleod being in charge, that's when he'll be like, listen guys, I know this is awful, but like we should probably go talk to the Hibernians. You know, that's when it's an option. Right now it's not. So are there potentially other allies? Not really. Not really. Unless you want to like Hail Mary the Visigoths, which that's not really an option. And even if it was, would cause like a whole other problem, right? So I do know a way we can make this a little interesting. Hold on, let me think for a moment. Bribe the Franks? That is interesting, but like how the fuck would we get the money to do that? We do need more allies. That's the problem. My first like natural thing is to say man, but that's a zealot as well, and we don't need Cadwallon getting like his best buddy down here. That's not what we need right now. So, my God, ally with the Danes. Mercenaries. Now that's more interesting. That is much more interesting. That makes me think of something as well. I have a fun idea. Fucking, his name is Kaiser. Jesus. All right, I have a bit of a plan forming in my mind here, both in terms of like the mechanics and the roleplay. He names himself, yeah, probably. Bear with me, I have a thought. I have two thoughts specifically. Does he have the Diplo to do this? No, but I think Riothamus might have done this. Riothamus, the way I'm starting to see this now, is that Riothamus is kind of like now starting to like be like the soft power. He can't like explicitly lead and he can't push things himself, but our boy Riothamus is like the biggest brain fucker here, so he's like, he could pull strings pretty well, and that gives me a thought for a plan he could do here. Not just the old mercenary band, there's another that's interesting. There's two of them. And I kind of have something I'm gonna like change the story here potentially and throw in a wild card element that could really make this interesting. Both for balancing and making the war a bit more like doable, but also to make this make more sense and to make what Riothamus is doing right now make more sense. Riothamus would basically act as like Kingmaker here. If they're still alive, this would make sense. If not, it wouldn't. Maybe someone will get there before I find him, but who's another mercenary who has a real bone to pick with the Saxons? Does anyone remember? Anyone remember him? God, there's so fucking many of them. I'm curious to see how many soldiers he has. Mein Gott. Oh wait, I can do adventures. That's what we need. Okay. The bastards. I think. No, it's there are them, but there's another one. Unless he died, he might have. I won't just make this happen. I'm gonna do some D&D rolls for this if he is around. Yes, correct. Aces, you got there. I could just look for him. What's his name again? Bostonatus, I think, right? You beat the fuck out of our boy, but we're not the type to care if there are stakes. Donatus, I think. Wasn't that his name? Bostonatus. Okay. Maybe just Donatus. Not that Donatus. There, yeah, he's still alive. 250 soldiers, that's not bad. He has 400 at max. Okay. I've got a bit of an idea forming in my mind here. Something that could really make this interesting story-wise. All right, we've got him. We've got Ogmios, which I already have pinned. He's got another 400. And then there was another one that was interesting I saw. There was like a band in Castrosaurus. His name was Kaiser. He could make sense here too. And I'm gonna explain my logic to you guys, and I think I might run with this. I think it is interesting. A lot of Kaisers, aren't there? Jesus. Okay. He has 1,100 soldiers. That makes sense. He is Chalcedonian. He is Roman. Yeah, okay, that checks out. All right, let me explain my mindset here. I think I will run with this because it's interesting as fuck. So, let's organize this in my mind so I can convey this properly. Here's my logic right now. I'm thinking from Eurystheus' perspective. Eurystheus lost London. He's not a fool. He's a very fucking smart man, and he cares a lot about the outcome of all this, obviously for family reasons and for general reasons. He knew when he showed up in Glevum, he was not in charge, and he would not be in charge, and if he tried to be in charge, it would break the whole system. So from his perspective, there's one way forward where this still might work. That's Natanleod's in charge. Natanleod has proven himself a fair bit, but it is offset by Gobanus, which is both a strength and a weakness. Eurystheus would try and come up with a plan in order to basically make everything stay together and to legitimize Natanleod. He'd also kind of view this as like, he respects Natanleod, but he also knows that through Natanleod, he kind of doesn't get to be in charge per se, but his voice will always be listened to. So he kind of gets to have the influence he would probably still want in this alliance. So kind of using his son-in-law, but also respecting his son-in-law enough to be like wanting to like do that. So I think his plan might be, at that tournament after everything lost, Eurystheus knew in that moment that he was done. He had not just lost Londinium, he had failed to get it back. He was not going to get it back, he was not going to lead the alliance. But he's not the type of man who would wallow in pity. He's the type of man who immediately would be coming up with a plan for the future. So I think the way I'm going to go with this is he would use the opportunity at like the feast and the celebration after an Ostfallen, which would be very bad for obviously locals, but they'd still be there, to approach a couple different people. Mercenary bands, which were a very big deal in this time period in general, and to talk to them about the situation. There are 3 of them that really matter in the relevance of things. There is Ogmios. He would, I'm sure, know about the connection to, obviously, you know, Ambrosius and the family connection there. I'm sure Ogmios even probably talked a bit with our boy Natanleod. There is Donatus, who is an absolute fucking pig-headed asshole, but he is fucking strong, and he's got a very good group of mercenaries, and he has a bone to pick with the Saxons. And then there is Captain Kaiser, who is like actually still a full-on fucking Roman, but he's a Christian, and he's still like in Londinium. He was probably like one of the mercenaries that worked with extensively with Eurystheus in the past, so they have a connection. So Eurystheus' plan would be this: talk to these guys, get them on board, pay them with what little he still has left, and basically get them already on board backing the alliance and backing Natanleod. When he got to Glevum the day before this council meeting happened, and he spoke to Natanleod about him needing to be in charge, he'd basically give him a plan. This wouldn't be Natanleod's plan, this would be Eurystheus' plan, which is that, listen, you need to A, tell them that you're going to be in charge. It's the only option. You may lose people, but it's the only option. And B, they're going to be like, what's your fucking plan? And your plan is this. You already have one, which is that you've already gathered a number of mercenaries that you're going to take credit for, even though he didn't do it, which I will actually add, making that a potential issue in the future. I might make a roll to see if that gets figured out or something. But basically, Eurystheus did all the work. He got these guys, he paid for them a little bit. They also like took maybe a discount because obviously they fucking all hate the Saxons too, right? And there's a lot of other things at play here, but they got paid a little bit. They're already on board and backing the alliance, and they're backing everything right. But the way that Natanleod then has to portray it to them is that he made this deal, he made this plan, and that like he needs to portray it as these guys are here, they will work with the alliance regardless of who's in charge, but I was the one who already made this happen. We need more allies. Guess what? I already fucking got them. I'm 10 steps ahead of all you fuckers, right? Because I'm fully committed to this. This is what I did. This is the plan. We've got our army. We've got enough people. We've got enough like serious fucking soldiers. Like Captain Kaiser's band, I would imagine these are some hardcore actual like ex-Roman motherfuckers, right? These are not some casual fucking levy bowmen. These are like hardened fucking warriors. They fought a lot. Automatically legitimizes him. Also, Natanleod knows from personal experience that there are a lot of former soldiers in his own realm who have turned to banditry. May they all need his new purpose. That too, yeah. So he's using that situation. So that's how we're gonna run with this. This is not Natanleod's plan. I want to underline this. This is Eurystheus continuing to basically run things without running things and trying to get this alliance to work, and through it to basically run things. Is it dangerous? Yes. Oh, 100%. But I think we run with this. I think it's interesting. I think it has the potential to let us move forward. I think it gives a chance to this alliance a bunch more than it would have before. I think it makes sense, but I think it's also a bit of a gamble, which makes it fun as well. So I think that's how we run this. Keep forgetting Rosmus had alliance with Rome. I can't like stress enough like how much of a fucking G this man is. I know they're talking down to him, but it's in the same way that, like, you know, a bunch of hyenas would be nipping at a wounded lion. I think that's a very good analogy for this situation in this room right now, right? Let me pop that back up because we've kind of got our plan here. Rosmus is a wounded lion, but he is still a fucking lion. No one would doubt that. No one. They may be like shit talking him a little bit. Most of that's probably coming from jealousy and, like, you know, that sort of thing. Like everyone here, they all respect him, and they like, this is a moment to be like, oh, you're not so great, are you there, buddy? But it's still like, oh god, it's Rosmus kind of thing, right? So if he chose to be like, shut the fuck up, they would shut the fuck up. So they're projecting 100%. Yeah, that's literally what this is. It's a wounded lion, and they're like, ha 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 ha, don't look at me. You know, it's that kind of thing, right? The ones that are doing it, the insecure ones, the weak ones, really, either in character or forces. So yeah, that's all right. That's where we run with this. Do that. He's just gonna stare at the camera like it's psychopath. There we go. Oh, you know who I'm missing though? Can't continue without him in the room. Our boy, always. Oh, interesting. Alrighty, we have a plan. Rosmus orchestrating behind Natanleod. That's literally what this is. Yes, 100%. Okay. Fun. Now I have to figure out how to communicate this. Okay. One moment. I'll let my brain process. This was the moment Natanleod had been waiting for. A stillness that had not existed before. A door towards the future, ever so slightly cracking open. He knew every one of them was now seriously considering what was being said, regardless of their personal ambitions, their doubts, even their hopes. They were considering what he would say next. This moment, these words, they were everything. And he had a plan. Well, perhaps not him. Rosmus was the visionary, but it communicated to him the day before. When Rosmus arrived, he had told Natanleod in brutal detail and honesty the only way forward. I'm gonna use it. The wounded lion would only draw the gnats and hyenas. He was, in a way, already dying. At least, in a political or reputation sense. A new leader must now guide the pack. At the tournament in Ostfalen, after they had all failed to win back London, Rosmus, never a man to pause, only to move forward, had formulated a plan, well, more a gamble than anything else. He had spoken with the gathered leaders of various mercenary bands who had bones to pick of the invaders, and 3 of great reputation and strength had agreed for some small coin, but also for old bonds. Briothimus was old now and known. He had brought this to Natanleod and demanded he take credit himself. A plan ready. A bow, an arrow already knocked. And Leod smiled again, not hiding it this time. I have a plan. I have a path to victory. My lords, we do not lack strength nor courage. We lack men. Not just any men either. True, battle-tested warriors. Those who fought with Rome, against each other. There is a great difference between your people who hold a bow or spear and a man in full armor, trained not for a season, but by a lifetime. Already, 3 great, what would they be called, mercenaries this time frame? 3 great leaders of Britannia's finest mercenary bands have agreed to work with this alliance, regardless of who leads it. I spoke to them after our great disappointment at the tournament of Ostfallen. A step towards victory. With these men numbering near 2,000 strong, our alliance, though still outnumbered, while being led by a truly great man, he nodded to Kobanus, is enough to not just defend nor wait, but to take the fight to those bastards, to push them back into the sea, to make known to the whole world, we fight. And we win. All right, here we go. The gamble! The gamble! Warbands, thank you very much. Yes, that'd be exactly what it was. Rothimus still managing to be the main character in the story, as usual. Fuck yeah. It makes more sense why he's not talking much now. I mean, it's not just that, like, he's like, oh, no, I don't give a fuck what you people think. I give 0 fucks. It's also like, yeah, you dumb fucks. I'm 10 steps ahead of you. For the first time since the meeting began, there was a shift in the room, a crack in the doubt and hesitation. Something tangible for the gathered warlords to grasp. A plan, not just words, but action, movement, a blade striking forward. The reaction was immediate. Gwyrst let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. That's what I like to hear. He looked around the room, his eyes sharp, gauging the reaction of others. 2,000 hardened warriors? That's not just a force, that's a damned army. Now tell me, Natanleod, what do these fine killers expect in return? Coin? Lands? A seat at our table when the blood settles? Budik nodded approvingly. Through his smirk remained calculated. A bold move. Bold moves win wars. He ran a hand through his beard, eyes flickering towards Riothemus for the briefest moment before returning to Natanleod. God damn it. But tell me this. Are these sell swords or do they have loyalty? A mercenary's word is only worth a silver in his pocket. If the Saxons outbid us, what then? Ergo leaned forward, his massive arms resting on the table. You're telling me we now matched them in cavalry and heavy foot? His expression hardened as he considered the implications. That means we can face them in the field. No more raiding, no more hit and run tactics. We stand and we hold. A short nod. Good, I like it. The most notable reaction, however, came from Mitra. The Earl of White, always a measured man, folded his hands together. Numbers alone do not make an army. But you are correct, Natanleod. This does change things. It shifts the balance from mere survival to something greater. A counteroffensive. His gaze was piercing. So tell me, what is the first strike? You say we push them back into the sea, but where does the blade land first? Cadwallon, who had been watching in skeptical silence, finally scoffed. You think these Mongols can be beaten like that? He sneered, though there was a newfound intensity in his tone. 2,000 warriors is nothing if they are led by cowards. If we are to fight, then we must break them. And breaking them means proving beyond doubt that God is on our side. His hands curled into a fist once more. Give me their heathen king's head on a pike, and I will believe in this course. The tension remained, but now it was different. There was no longer that doubt, no longer just anger. There was momentum. All eyes were on Natanleod once more. He had given them a force. Now they needed a target. They needed the first true strike. There's only one answer, isn't there? I mean, there's only one thing we can do. You all know what it is. You all know what we have to do, don't you? We have to take fucking London. We have to break Ostfallen and break the momentum that the Saxons have. And then from there, it's just a matter of course to finish the war. The table before them, though rustic and barely built, did not sit alone. Upon it, there was a crude map, one bought for little coin, but with clear accuracy. Upon it, becoming clear to all when they looked, there was one mark that made Natanleod's.
I hope you've enjoyed this video. Make sure to subscribe.
Nice. You know what I love in like music, like YouTube videos, when someone talks at the end? It's so great. I love it so much. 1 second. There was one mark that made Natanleod's coming words hit all the harder. For not only was it... This is also Riothemus, by the way, folks. I don't want to like pretend like our boy Natanleod has the big brain for this. All this shit is just Riothemus. All of it. I think that makes the most sense here. For not only was it given a distinctive old mark to show Londinium, it had been subtly, recently, circled with charcoal. pointing to the table before them. Natanleod's gaze once more met each of theirs. A ferocious spirit impossible to ignore in his eyes. There is only one place we can strike. God, fate, call it what you will. But to the bold, there must be one answer. Londinium is not just a city. It is not just our wealth, our history. The site from whence our previous conquerors made many of our people kneel and suffer. It now begins to signify this land. When they took it from us, we all felt it. Don't pretend you didn't. This is not about Reothamus. This is not about Roman decadence. This is about the symbol of such things. And the strategy in it. The tournament of Ostfallen was their gamble. It paid off. How many of your people, your vassals, and your kin began to fear deeper when we lost it? That cannot stand. And if we demand it with blood, they must meet us there on our terms. Holy shit. Just blowing my mind how well ChatGPT can write, folks. Kind of crazy. Ethics of AI aside. All right, I think this is about also where we're going to end. And then I know I'm going to take a little break and then we're going to jump over and we're going to do the first alliance meeting for the Saxons. I know, like, we got to play the game, but I want to at least get the setting for all of this done right. Because when we actually fight this war, it will mean 10 times more. Every single fight, every single action will mean 10 times more if we build up the stakes and the setting for it. So here we go. The silence that followed was not one of doubt nor hesitation. It was the stillness of men weighing the weight of a single, undeniable truth. Londinium was not just a city, it was the city. Gwyr's grin widened, his gold tooth catching the dim light of the hall. "You mad bastard," he muttered, with admiration, more than mockery in his tone. He turned to the others. Him of all people, damn. He's right, you know. The Saxons think they won the game, that they sit in old halls and rule like kings. If we let that stand, we're already dead men walking. He drummed his fingers on the table, nodding. This, I can see. Arkle exhaled sharply through his nose, considering the map with a heavy brow. Londinium, he shook his head. That's no easy prize. He tapped a thick finger upon the map. Macweld holds it, and he will have fortified it since our loss. He will have men, thousands, no doubt. We'll need a way to breach the walls, to bait him into the open. Mitra studied the table, his fingers tapping thoughtfully against the wood. The Saxons did not simply win a city. They won a narrative. He gestured to the map, his eyes sharp. The longer they hold Londinium, the more their rule cements itself in the minds of the people. If we are to strike, it must be swift. A prolonged siege will do nothing but give them time to consolidate power. He turned his gaze to Natanleod. Do you have the means for such a decisive stroke? Budik folded his arms, his smirk returning, though there was calculation in his eyes. The mercenaries. That's why you brought them. He gave a slow nod. 2,000 veteran killers against the rabble they have stationed there. A hammer, if used properly, flicked his gaze towards Gobanus, and a hammer is only as good as the man who wields it. Gobanus, silent for much of the exchange, finally spoke, his voice low and firm. A hammer alone does not win battles. His eyes met Natanleod's, then scanned the gathered lords. But a hammer, a blade, and a shield together, that wins wars. He gestured to the map. We cannot storm Londinium head on, but if we bait them out, make them think they have the upper hand, he trailed off, waiting for someone else to connect the thought. Cadwallon slammed his fist on the table, a fervor lighting in his eyes. Then we cut the head from the snake! Let their blood stain the walls of our city, and let every Briton see it! The Lord's justice will be made known! He turned to Natanleod, eyes burning. You wish to strike Londinium, then do not just strike it, cleanse it! Attention filled the air once more, but now it was electric. The path had been spoken into existence. Londinium, the heart of Britannia, their greatest loss, their first true battle. All that remained was how. The table was no longer skeptical, no longer hesitant. They were waiting for orders. I'm not gonna respond. You know who needs to speak right now? I'm gonna tell the AI to do this. Aurelianus speaks now. Do it how you like, but essentially, make him have a recommendation that Natanleod can pretend to consider, then incorporate into his own plan to draw them out. Only Aurelianus speaks, then I will respond. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know it's simple, but being like, yo, ChatGPT, help me, do me this one solid is funny. Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? Here we go. So he's kind of writing it from Aurelianus's perspective, which is actually cool. So, for the first time in the meeting, Aurelianus moved with purpose. The old king, the wounded lion, straightened from where he sat, his hands resting on the table's edge. His gaze swept over the assembled men, not with the fire of youth nor the fervor of zealotry, but with the heavy, measured weight of a man who had seen kingdoms rise and fall, and lived long enough to understand how the game was played. He did not look at Natanleod at first, nor at the map. He looked at the others, at their expectant stares that barely masked ambitions, their hunger for a leader, and their hunger to tear one down. Fucking true, damn. Londinium is a prize. That much is true, he said at last, his voice low but commanding. And a battle there would be a battle for the soul of Britannia. But it is also a fortress. You all know this. His gaze flickered briefly, stopping on Mitra, then Ergel. Storming its walls would be madness. We would break ourselves against it, and the Saxons would hold us long enough for their reinforcements to come from across the sea. He let that linger, a heavy truth, before continuing. But you do not need to take a city to own it. He finally turned to Natanleod, looking at him as though measuring him for the first time. Then he gestured to the map, tracing the lands outside Londinium, the roads, the rivers, the arteries that fed the great city, its lifeblood. Cut them off. We do not march on Londinium to die beneath its walls. We march to make them fear losing it, We raid, we strike, we burn their supply lines. We make Macweld believe we are coming for him. Force him to act in desperation. Force him into the open. Rothmus's fingers drummed on the table, his expression unreadable. Make no mistake, Macweld is no fool, but he is proud. If we strike just hard enough, he will have to respond. He will not wait for our siege. He will bring the fight to us, thinking himself the hunter, when he is but the prey. A slight pause, then, with the smallest trace of a smile, he turned back to Natanleod. Of course, this is merely one thought among many. Perhaps you have another idea. A test, a challenge, and a gift. By saying it first, Rothmus allowed Natanleod to claim the strategy for his own, to be decisive, a strong voice in this council, to cement his leadership, not just with ambition, but with actions. Now all eyes turn back to Natanleod once more. Oh boy. Natanleod waited for him to finish, knowing exactly what would come. In that moment, he felt an even deeper respect for his father-in-law. They were not close, but they shared a vision. And as the grandsire to his own children, he felt a hope that this man, this wounded lion, would live through all of this. Not to pass wisdom to Natanleod himself, but to his own children, so that his family's roots would grow deeper and much stronger. A wise thought among the many. We may have a strong force now, but if we wield it without caution and calculation, it will evaporate like smoke. We have the numbers and the leadership, not leadership, the leaders, to orchestrate a blockade of London. A siege without being a siege. We cut off the roads, the rivers, and the ocean. I know many here, though we lack the Roman warships of old, could put together a force to block the city at sea. At least until the Saxons from their home arrive. It might just work. And it is the only option where we take Londinium. Without loss, none of us can bear. All that remains is for us to plan and to delegate and to move. Gobanus, you are the great military mind of your age. What say you? Instead of sieging, we're sieging? Yes. This is also the last message, folks. From here, we've kind of gotten our settlement with everything here. I'm gonna ask the AI to basically recalculate the factions and the setting with all the lords. Then we're gonna jump over and do the one for the Saxons. I think that will be a bit quicker. They're a lot more simple in many ways, and they kind of all already agree to work together. So that'll be probably maybe like half hour, and then we're gonna get into the war. So we will get to the war, don't worry. I'm just not rushing it. Gobanus had been silent through much of the exchange, watching, listening, his expression as unreadable as a statue carved from stone. But as Natanleod spoke his name, his sharp blue eyes flickered with something. Approval, perhaps. Not for flattery, nor for leadership alone, but for the fact that this was a real strategy, not just bold words. Reothimus has even managed to trick Gobanus. That's so funny. He exhaled through his nose, stepping forward, placing both hands firmly on the rough wooden table, his fingers tracing over the map with careful, methodical precision, eyes scanning the charcoal marks that circled Londinium. A blockade without a siege, he repeated, his voice measured, weighing the words. It's not impossible. In fact, it may be the best way forward. If we control the land, if we control the rivers, we will not need to take the city by storm. His gaze rose, sweeping across the gathered lords. Macwold is a warlord, not a king. He rules by force, by the blade, by fear and strength alone. If we do this right, we take that strength from him. His hand made a slow, deliberate motion, severing the city from the rest of the map. And we will force him to fight on our terms, not his. A pause, then a nod. It can be done. He straightened, folding his arms, his expression turning sharper. But it will take more than warriors with swords. We'll need scouts, supplies, and most of all, coordination. This is not a raid, nor a battle, this is a campaign. His gaze shifted to each man in turn. If we fail to execute it precisely, the Saxons will smash through us like a hammer through wet clay. We must be exact. There is no room for pride or rivalry now. And here, his eyes lingered on Cadwullan, Budik, and Grist. If any of you seek to play games of ambition, we will all be rotting in Saxon pits before the year is done. A heavy stillness followed. The weight of what he had just said was not a threat, but a truth. Then Budik chuckled, shaking his head. The gods above. I came here expecting bickering and egos, but now we talk of a real war. I like it. Mitra, ever composed, inclined his head slightly. It is the best path available to us. Londinium must be retaken. If this is how we must do it, then so be it. But the blockade alone will not win this city. He looked to Natanleod. What is the final blow? How do we end this siege without it dragging on for years? Ergol cracked his knuckles, nodding along. And what do we do with the ships if the Saxons reinforced from the sea? And our blockade will be for nothing. All right, I could keep going into like the minutiae of the plan, but we don't really need to do that. I'm gonna find a way to represent this in the game. I think we're done with the first alliance meeting. That was really fun. That went way better than I expected. The AI performed very fucking well. I'm very happy. It went even better than the testing I did. That's so fucking cool. I know some of y'all may have, like, I guess, mixed emotions about this. I had kind of a strange relationship with AI. On the one hand, I think there's a lot of good things. On the other hand, there's a lot of bad things. But what I know and the reason I'm willing to add it to this is like what we just saw, right? That was fucking cool as fuck. That was so fucking cool. I hope you all enjoyed it. Like, my fucking God, that was so cool. So this is why I did it, and I'm going to commit to it. So I'm going to take a little break here, probably around like 5-10 minutes. I'm going to grab a snack or something. Like I said, it's a long stream today, so we got plenty of time. When we come back, I'm going to be role-playing as Hengist. And we're going to be doing like the Saxon War Council. I'll set the tone for that, explain that situation again. We'll role-play that out. Once that's done and it's figured out how that will function, I'm going to do a couple of edits to kind of get the war to start and to have it happen kind of how it makes sense, right? And then we'll do the actual war. So I'll be right back. I hope you all enjoyed, and we will return in just a moment. just about ready. I have done most of what we need to. So I'll kind of frame this. We're gonna do a little time jump here as well, kind of in the story. I'll tell you about that in a second, so this makes sense. I wanted all the different leaders of like the Saxon alliance together, and in order to do that, we kind of need a time jump because they're gonna, in the beginning, it's gonna react, and I'll explain kind of how this came to be. So, one moment here. There's two things I want to go over as well that is really fucking cool here. I asked the AI, like, so on the back end, I've done a lot of work with the AI to kind of get like a system in place for how both the alliance and then the word are structured. And there's basically a bunch of stuff that happens in the back, and I've asked it to do an update. I won't read the whole thing, but I'll give you guys some kind of context for what it's talking about, because this will like actually reflect in how these characters are role played in the future and some other stuff. So I think I will show you guys some of this because it's kind of cool. I won't stream it, but I'll just kind of go over it. And then I'll go over once more, kind of very quickly, the council and where we're going to go from there. And we'll start. The first thing to do is to give context, though, on this council. So the way that this will work is we're going to say what will happen next when we actually like get to playing the fucking game. I know it will happen at some point. Is like we'll declare the war. Everyone will like kind of go to Londinium and start the siege. And then we're going to role play out with that, basically, that this is happening. And so the council that's meeting right now is kind of after the siege of Londinium has been ongoing for a certain period. I don't want to get a certain amount because I don't know how long that will be, but it'll basically be like a secret meeting in Kent, which will be organized by Hengist, who I'm going to roleplay. That's the main boy, the first guy to come to Britain out of all these people. Macweld will still be under siege. He's there, he's angry, he's desperate, needs allies. He kind of, I'll say that he's a smart motherfucker. He found a way out of London, but his city's about to fall. The king, obviously, the Saxon Federation is here. He got here early with some of his warriors, but his whole army is not here yet. They're still coming. So it allows for a bit of maneuverability on my part and the roleplay as well, but it gives us a chance to kind of have this also start. So I think that makes enough sense to kind of run from there. So yeah, just to jump very quickly back, I'm gonna turn the music down a wee bit here. So from the council meeting that we did with, we spent all this time doing. So I'll kind of read what the AI said here because it is interesting. The first council of the Alliance of Greece ended with a clear direction, the retaking of Londinium through a strategic blockade rather than a direct assault. The meeting, though tense and filled with doubts, ultimately solidified Natanleod's leadership in a way that few could contest. For the first time, the Alliance has a unified goal and a real strategy, but there are still many cracks in the foundation that could widen if mismanaged. So for the Alliance update, strengthened but conditional, the Lords are more willing to work together now, but rivalries are still there. Natanleod is now Supreme Commander, but he is not declared king, and his role as military leader is acknowledged, but still contested for anything beyond that. Londinium blockade and baiting Macweld out is the overall strategy, and coordination has kind of begun. Then I did the opinion shifts, which is kind of going to keep in the back end, and I will double check those after the stream so that I know they're right. For Natanleod, Riothemus, it says, this is super interesting, I think. Riothemus respects him even more, glad to see his vision realized, is still worried about his long-term ability to hold everything together. That's just funny. Gabanus fully supports him, acknowledges decisiveness, and is ready to execute the plan. Mitra is cautiously impressed, respects the intelligence and the precise planning, which is not Natanleod's, I will remind you all, that's from Riothemus, but they don't know that, so it's fine. Gwurst, more willing to follow him, but still opportunistic. He sees a strong leader, but if things start to fail, he will turn on him. Very clear about that, which we all know. Budik likes Natanleod more than before, a man who acts, not just talks. Argol respects the plan, but remains very skeptical. That was surprising, but I guess it makes sense. Cadwallon is still not fully convinced, but is now less hostile to Natanleod and the kind of group as a whole. Riothemus, major political recovery. While he will never be what he was before losing Londinium, his wisdom and strategic mind has won back some respect. Mitra and Ergol now see him as valuable rather than a spent old man. Fucking brutal from the eye there. Budik still sees him as weakened but not useless. Also brutal. Gabanus has authority as a military commander completely solidified. No one challenges his role as a battlefield leader, which is interesting and it makes a lot of sense. Gwurst more engaged in the war effort, but only because he sees real spoils in London. God, accurate. Budik, he now has real ambition within the alliance, which is interesting. He's the guy from Britannia. Cadwallon respects the decisiveness, but still wants more religious fervor. May become a problem later if he feels this alliance is too practical and not righteous. Very funny. So for the faction breakdown, for the pragmatists, they gained overall influence. Their style of war and planning is now dominant within the alliance. For the opportunists, they are more invested. They see a real chance to profit, so they support the plan for now. The holy warriors, really just Cadwallon, still resistant. Their ideals are not fully satisfied. Cadwallon may push for more zealous action later. And then lastly, it's kind of created and expanded onto a new faction, which I didn't tell it to do it, but I actually don't disagree with this. The Warhawks, which is Gobanus and Arthwis. They're neutral. They're just, it says, focused on execution rather than politics, aka just lock the fuck in. That's interesting, and I'm gonna let the AI run with that, because I like that. Current risks and intentions, Holy Warriors not satisfied. This is underlined. Cadwallon still wants blood, not strategy. Gorst and Budic will stay only if the plan works. The execution of the plan must be precise and work, otherwise everything falls apart. So the overall verdict, the meeting did not fracture the alliance. Natanleod is now the military leader. The war has direction, and Londinium is going to be the first test. If there is a victory, it will continue, but if it fails, it's automatically just going to be the end. So interesting. Pretty cool. Hasn't broken yet. Wonderful. All right, so moving on over to the Saxon Council. That's where we're going to be. So I want to underline things again here, folks. It's going to function vastly differently than the Alliance. I'm going to try and make this like not be as long either. This is basically, their Alliance is much more simplistic. It's basically they're all here because like they have a shared culture and they know they have to work together to deal with this alliance now. But it's also very brutalistic, right? It's just who's stronger, who dominates, who has more troops, who has more force of will. Also the omens and how the omens go. And that's where she comes into things. She has almost no troops at all, but she's basically like going to be the representation of how I want to incorporate like the heavy religion and omen system into this alliance. So before we start with like the roleplay, there will probably be like, we're gonna, I think, roll the runes. The AI will do that. And we might do something else as well. So their alliance is going to be a little bit more random, actually, is how this will work, in the sense that the runes dictate kind of who leads things and all that sort of stuff. So just a heads up. I will be role-playing Hengist, who is zealous, brave, and I think ambitious are his three traits. He's old as fuck, though. So I get to roleplay like an angry, old, super religious, Woden-worshipping old man who's trying to get these stupid young fucks to listen to what I have to say, because I know better. And I probably do know better, but will they listen? Maybe. Probably not. So that's how the kind of frame of this will go. All right, so the AI for the ritual of the word. Before anything is decided, the runes must be cast. How this works: Wulfrith, the seer warrior, will perform a ritual drawing the first omen for the coming war. All warlords will react based on their personal beliefs. The omen may create a power shift, change the course of strategy, or lead to immediate conflict. It can go any way, essentially, like actual runes do. All right, so it's going to give us a little description here, and then we're going to have the runes get rolled. So I'll describe this here. The warbands gather in the Great Hall of Kent. The firelight flickering over hardened warriors, wolf-pelt cloaks, and the gleam of iron. The smell of mead, sweat, and anticipation. I'm gonna change the music. Let's get something a little bit more. You know what? There's no real Saxon music, and the Saxons become the English later when they became, you know, kind of pussified, if we're being honest. But I am gonna, I guess, find some sort of like music that's kind of Norsey, because like the Norse aren't the natural evolution of like the Saxons, but they are like related to their religion enough. I think the vibe would fit better. So let me see if I know. Does anyone know some music that might fit that? Because I'm trying to think if I know any. I could just play straight up Norse shit, but that's kind of I know. Assassin's Creed Valhalla soundtrack. There we go. Yep. That'll work. I'm getting Verizon ads. Oh boy. Yeah, that'll work. Pretty cool. At the center of it all, Hanks, the one who called the council, takes his place. So to start off with, the runes of weird are cast. Wulfrith, the seer warrior, steps forward, her white hair glinting in the firelight, her piercing mismatched eyes unreadable. She's... the gods have already spoken, she whispers, voice low and reverent. But will you listen? She kneels before the fire, withdrawing a leather pouch filled with ancient carved runes. With slow, deliberate movements, she casts them onto the stone floor, reading the shapes they form. What do the gods decree? Victory? Betrayal? Death? ChatGPT is doing something. It's analyzing. Uh-oh. I gave it a system for this, but it also, what I like and dislike about AI and ChatGPT is the randomness factor. They'll just throw shit in now and then, and sometimes it sucks. It's like hallucinations and stupid shit. But the more I've used it, the more I've found like it'll also just like come up with some like unrelated but wildly interesting connected ideas and shit. And it's like, oh, I didn't even think of that. Oh, Jesus. Okay, sure. So I started to learn to be like a bit more careful with how I view where the AIs will go. Some of them really have given me some pretty wild, interesting ideas. And then sometimes it's just like, no, that's not what I wanted. Redo it. Music's too loud. I will turn it down. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me know if that's any better. All right. Before I start on this, how's the music, folks? Because I don't want to just be talking and like it's unhearable. Just to double check. I do appreciate that. Is it good now, or how's my voice compare? All right, I will assume that I am not being drowned out. The runes have spoken. The eagle's wing is broken. A great warrior shall fall in battle. The war will be won, but at great cost. Interesting. As the runes scatter across the floor, Wolfrith's mismatched eyes scan them with a deep, unreadable intensity. For a moment, she says nothing, letting the tension stretch, and slowly she exhales. The gods do not promise easy victory. Her voice is calm yet heavy with meaning. They've shown me an eagle with a broken wing. One of our greatest shall fall before this war is done. A warrior of renown, a name that will be sung in sorrow. Her eyes flicker across the gathered warlords. The gods have not named who it will be. Perhaps it is one among us. Perhaps it is a champion yet unknown. She looks directly at Hengist, the old warlord who called this council. Then to Mar, the warrior whose skill is whispered of in hushed admiration. Her gaze lingers on Bedca, who holds the most men but not the most respect. This is not just a warning to turn back. It is a warning to march with the certainty that not all of us will live to see victory. She straightens, stepping back from the runes. You may now decide your course, but know this. If you hesitate, fate will decide for you. So I guess Hengist will speak first, who we're role-playing. So he's, by the way, a little note here before we do get into it. He's a real person, kind of. Hengist and Horsa are, if you want to look them up, they got a big old Wikipedia page. They're very well known. They were the people in legend, either in Arthurian legend or also in like later monks who chronicled this time period. They were the brothers that supposedly Vortigern, who was like the king or like leader of like Kent and that whole like Sussex kind of region of England at the time, he was dealing with supposedly like raids from the Picts and the Caledonians in the north or other groups, and he wanted to get rid of them and fight them back. And so given that Britain after Rome's fall was really weak, he chose to basically invite over mercenaries from the Saxon homeland. They were a force led by the brothers Hengist and Horsa. Whether they were real or not is unknown. A lot of it's legend and things like that. There's also a lot of really interesting kind of critiques and discussions about how they relate to a whole bunch of interesting things. But regardless, we're gonna say they're real. And in this timeline, basically, Vortigern, who's now dead, and actually did interact with our character a little bit, he invited them over, they landed, they decided they didn't want to be mercenaries, and they pushed Vortigern and made him flee to Wales. They took those lands. So Horsa is dead. He died in those initial battles against Vortigern. Hengist is the one who survived. That's who we're playing. So just to kind of briefly talk about who, like, how I'm going to approach role-playing him. He's an old man at this point. He's, I believe, in his late 60s. He's been around fucking forever. For anyone in this time period, that's pretty old. For someone of the Saxon elite culture, which is very warlike and depends on it, it is exceptionally old. There's that really powerful saying, which I think there's a lot of truth in, right? Fear the old warrior. You know? I mean, think about that. A true warrior, not a coward, but a true warrior who fights in combat and leads. If he gets old, sure, maybe there's some luck, but luck only goes so far. That's someone you should at least respect, probably fear. That's why Hengist has the ability to call these people here. A lot of them care more about their own power, wealth, warriors, lands, money, and story, and relationship with the gods and with Britain than him, of course. But you don't get that old and do what he does and not command fucking respect. That's why he's gotten them all to come here. He called the council because he saw obviously the invasion of the Britons. In his eyes, this is the first time the native Bretonians have really had a coordinated response since Rome, which he never dealt with. He's been here since day one. He's seen the chaos of this land. He's seen the conflict within it, how the people, the various religions and cultures and leaders, they bicker and they fight and they have no unified response. It's why he's gotten so strong. It's why his brethren have now gotten so strong. The division has made it easy. He would have viewed it in many ways as a simple thing to get here. But this is now the first moment, with his perspective, that he has seen a real danger for himself, for his children, and for his people. I don't mean that in a solidaric sense. He's not like, oh, I want to make sure the others do well. It's like, you know, there's strength in the unity that we have when we have to have it. And this could really, this could actually end us, right? This could force us to go back to the homeland, and it's not as nice a place as this. He doesn't want that for his children. So that's why he's called them here. So for him, this meeting is one of necessity. And for him, he wants two things. A, he wants to make sure every one of these leaders understand why this is a big fucking deal and they can't take it lightly and they need to come together. Not really come together like how Natanleod's doing, but like, you know, we kind of need to coordinate a little bit and make sure we just like beat the shit out of them and then we can just do whatever the fuck we want. Who cares after that, right? The other reason is he wants to be in charge of it. He's an old man. He's in his 60s. He has always been ambitious and brave. He's already got a tale that will be told long into the future. But ambitious people are never content, and nor is he. So, in his mind, if he can actually get all these leaders to work together and he can be the one to lead them and direct things, he's going to be remembered for far longer, and his name will be remembered and respected even greater. And he knows that he does probably have many summers left, right? Many winters left either. He's an old man. He will die soon. If he can do something great before he dies, that will only add to him and to his children, right? So that's where he's coming from. For these other leaders, they're here because A, they do have respect for this man. They're not going to just listen to him, but they do respect him a little bit. And they also, at least to a little bit, understand that this is unique as well. There's never, again, been a coordinated response like this. Londinium is currently under siege. Macweld, who is here and was probably looking a little thin and ragged, if we're being honest, who's a tough motherfucker, they could potentially lose the city. And I think everyone here is smart enough from their stats to understand the importance of that tournament and the taking of London, and they want to keep it, and they want to win this war. So that's where this kind of stands, if that makes sense to everyone. So we're gonna be starting it off, and we're gonna roleplay Hengist, and he's brave, he's ambitious, he's a strong, he's got aura. That's what he's got. So all right. So we're gonna start with a reaction to the omens. Hengist felt a cold dread fill his stomach. He did not fear his enemies, nor death itself even. But he did fear dying before he had the chance to make his deeds so great none could contest his name and legacy. This war, though dangerous for his kind, was a unique chance for glory. Whoever led this war, when they were successful, when they broke this last attempt by these weak these weak, he wouldn't say pagans, would he? These weak peoples who worshipped simple gods. A simple god. Go with that. He's a zealot too, so he'd fucking hate Christianity, I think. Not respect it. Would be remembered. And that would be him. But the runes spoke of death, of a great man. Arrogance, yes. But he was the only one here who could truly be spoken of as this. Unless there was one already unnamed. Did he have the time to achieve what he sought? They have spoken, and we hear. Let this remind you all that this war, though certain in its end, is uncertain in its path. Death goes hand in hand with glory and purpose. Woden and all the rest watch us. I hope none of you doubt the necessity of our pact and shared blood. That's interesting. Yeah, it's actually taking this in a different way than I expected in terms of style. Yeah, it works though. Mar the duelist let a slow, measured breath, his fingers idly tapping against the pommel of his sword. The rune spoke of a great warrior falling. Perhaps that meant him, perhaps another. He did not fear death, only irrelevance, as with all the rest. But he would not let some blind omen dictate his fate. He leaned forward, his sharp eyes scanning the room, measuring the men who sat at this council of war. A warrior will fall, he repeated, his voice low but edged with steel. So what? That warrior is to be me? Let it be after I've cut down 100 of those Britain dogs. If it is one of you, then let it be with a spear in hand and not cowering behind walls like a frightened calf. He turned his gaze to Hengist, the man who would summon them. Old, but not yet weak. Mar had no love for the gods' whispers. He's, I think, a cynic, actually, but he knew the power they held over the mind of warriors. You called us here, Hengist. Do you hesitate now? His lips curled into something that was not quite a smirk, but not entirely a sneer. If the gods have already marked one of us, then the only question that matters is, how soon do we make the Britons pay for it? All right, so immediately calling out Hengist, that's fair. With a toothy smile, the old man gave the boy in the body of a man a contemptuous look. Boldly spoken by a man who thinks conquering farmers makes him a great warrior. I have slewn men 10 times your equal, Mar. Do not look at me in such a way. Turning away in a sign of disrespect, He laid eyes on the seer, a strange one indeed, and then the rest. Look at how we suffer. Macweld starved by the Bretonians in his city. We linger and consider and do not act. A united force is needed. A leader. One with strength and wisdom. I am not Woden, nor even the wisest in this land. But you know me. You know what I can do. You all stand here in my hall, in the lands I took first from these people. They had real teeth then. That old bastard, Vertigan, he did not lose easily. But I took what was his anyway. As we must now do to whatever they are calling this last death throw of their people. The runes speak of a great man dying. Likely me. I have no fear in this. Only that I do not have the time left to take more British blood. Still loading. 1 second here. Oh boy, it seems to be writing a novel, but it's reading very good, so I'm gonna let it. Bear with me. I'm fine with that too. This is a setting where like we're not also, this is not our character. I'm gonna roleplay Hengist, but I'm fine if it actually just has more kind of conversation happening where we don't butt in, because this is a bit different than like Natanleod, right? So. Markwald the Evil chuckled darkly from his place at the edge of the firelight. His fingers idly traced the rim of a wooden cup. His city, His Londinium was at stake, and yet he watched silent, letting the old wolf and the hot-blooded Mar bare their teeth at each other. When Hengist finished, he spoke, his voice soft and slick, like oil over water. Ah, so the gods have spoken. Now we're meant to tremble at the weight of fate. But let us not forget whether it is you, Hengist, or another who falls. We are not yet dead men. He sipped his drink, eyes gleaming. Yet, say we need a leader. You say we must take British blood. Then what, Hengist? Do we throw ourselves into the fire blindly? Or do we make the Britons burn first? He leaned forward, his voice dropping into something conspiratorial. I am the one who holds the city at this very moment. My men are the one within its walls. The Britons have only begun their siege. If we are swift, if we strike now, we can turn their trap into a slaughter. His gaze flickered to Bedca, the cautious king of the Saxons, the man who had yet to speak, yet held the most out of all of them. Or will we wait and let the Britons dig their graves for us? The hall crackled with the shifting of men, the heavy silence hanging after both their words. Firelight flickered over the rough-hewn faces of warriors and kings, their eyes measuring, weighing, deciding. Bedca, the foreign king, finally stirred, his fingers tightening on the armrest of his chair, his voice deep and slow, carried the weight of unspent words. You speak of this war as if it is already won, Hengist, as if it is but another carving on your spear shaft. But the Britons do not fight like farmers you have crushed before. They have rallied, not scattered. They stand in numbers, not in desperation. And they hold my prize. His eyes gleamed darkly. The lands I was promised. He let the words settle, his measured tone neither outright defiance nor full submission. You have taken lands before, yes, but you did not face an alliance like this. I will not throw my warriors into battle like hounds chasing a stag, only to find a boar's tusk waiting. We must move with force, not folly. Macwald scoffed, shaking his head. His smile did not reach his eyes. Jesus. Caution, hesitation, the eternal bleeding of men who would rather hold their troops and take a throne. I've seen what the Britons do to those they capture. If you wish to wait, Bedca, then wait. But I will not sit idly while my city is choked to death. Wigabert, silent for most of the exchange, shifted his weight. His fingers twitched against the hilt of his sword, his lips curling back in distaste. When he spoke, it was little more than a growl. Enough words, enough posturing. Our leader should be chosen by his voice, but by his deeds. His wild eyes flicked to Hengist, then to Mar, linger a moment longer on the younger warrior. If you would claim this war as yours, Hengist, then let us see your will in action, not in boasting. A sharp breath of laughter, low and knowing, came of Wulfrith. The seer warrior stood, her pale hair glinting like bone in the dim light. Her voice, thick with something ancient and knowing, cut through the rising heat. The runes have spoken, and still you argue. A great warrior will fall, and yet you all claw for the right to be first into the fray. Bold! Her gaze roved over them, unreadable. It matters little whether it is you, Hengist, or another. The gods will have their due, and if the chosen man is too weak to bear the weight of war, then the word will claim him first. She turned slightly, considering the faces before her, and stepped back, folding her arms. The choice was theirs now. The council stirred, eyes turning back to Hengist. Should we push forward? Should he command, or would another dare to contest him? All right, I'm gonna give you guys a pull here. So I'm not going to explain this poll to you. You can take from it what you will and choose what you will. Let's see, I'm looking for the last name. I forgot his name. Aha, I have a Google Doc. One sec. Long pull. Big effect of this one. I'm gonna do a 5-minute long pull for this. This is very important. It's probably the most important one here. If you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to vote, you can do it on Twitch. I will tell you what it is in the options. So the poll's called the Saxon Circle. Who will claim death? Hengist, Macweld, Mar, Vigabert, or Bedca. Those are your options. You'll see. I'm not gonna explain it to you. You might be able to figure it out. I'm not sure. I'll go a different direction depending on who gets it, but it's gonna be fun. Don't worry about that. This isn't about who gets it. It's about something else. I will say that. If you'd like a face to the name, going from left to right on what you're currently looking at, it is Macweld, Mar, Vigabert, Hengist, Bedca, and then lastly is, oh man, what's her name? Wolfrith. She is not in the pool though. Holy shit, you guys went with Bedca. That will make this interesting. Okay. Let's maybe check the YouTube. One for Hengist, and then one also for Hengist. Will not be enough though. 13 for Bedca, 12 for Hengist, 3 for MacWeld, and 1 each for Morat and Ligabert. I will not tell you what will happen. I expected y'all to go with Hengist and I was going to write this, but that makes this interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a prompt for my thought on what this means to the AI, and I'm going to let it run with it. And unless it's just blatantly bad and awful and makes no sense, I will just run with that. So let's see what happens. Throwing in a big random wild card here. Oh boy. Oh, I like it. Okay. All right. Damn, you gotta respect that. Holy shit. Okay, alrighty, here we go. The air in the hall thickened, the fire crackling at the weight of Wolfstrith's words, settling in over the warlords. A great warrior would fall. Who among them would bear that fate? Bedca, the foreign king, inhaled slowly through his nose. His jaw was set, his fingers tightened until the knuckles whitened against the wood of his chair. The others bickered, each man weighing his own glory, his own survival. But in that moment, Bedca saw it clearly. The gods did not offer victory without price. This was the cost of his ambition. This was the price of his crown. He stood, slow and deliberate, letting the weight of his action press into the room. Then let it be me. The murmuring stopped. Eyes snapped at him, curious, wary, some skeptical, some expectant. Bedca's voice, deep, rumbled like distant thunder, steady and unyielding. You speak of war, of land, of glory. I did not come across the sea to be a cautious man, nor did I come to sit and wait for my warriors sharpening their blades and my enemies make ready their walls. I came for a throne. I came for a kingdom. He looked to Hengist, then to the others. If the gods demand blood, then let it be mine they take. I do not fear what awaits me. If I am to die, it will be a sword in my hand and this land under my heel. A pause. The hall was silent, save for the popping of the fire. But until that day comes, I will lead this war. He did not ask. He did not challenge. He simply took it, wrapping the omen around himself like a king donning his cloak. Stand with me, and we will carve our names into the stones of this land. Stand against me, and I will leave none of you behind. The room held its breath. Would the warlords yield to him? Would Hengist let this pass, or would he rise against it? Poll number 2. This is a simple one. It's going to be a short. I'm only giving you guys a minute on this, so you have to vote quick. There's only one way forward for our boy now, and he knows that. If you are on YouTube and you'd like to vote, the poll is called Hengist's Response. There are two options. A, accept his words, or B, a duel will decide this. Words won't work anymore. He's used, like, obviously the omen for himself, so there's only one way he can get past this now, and that would be he'd have to duel Bedca. And he might win it. He might die. He's not a coward, but at the same time, I think he would know there are other ways to still win glory and not die here. I don't think I will use the in-game duel for this either. I'm gonna like have this played out in the ChatGPT roleplay and have it in the back end do rules for this is how I'm gonna do this. All right, a duel it is. Yeah, so let me explain how we're gonna do this. I will not use the in-game dueling because I don't want to. I'm gonna roleplay this out with ChatGPT. I've already talked to it about this before when I was planning this. It's gonna roll behind the scenes basically is how this will work for everything. So the way that this will work mechanically is essentially I will roleplay back and forth with it for the duel, and it will basically roll for actions to see if they succeed or not, and at the end someone will be around, and then we'll roll to see if they die or not, or we'll roleplay to see if they die or not. I think it'll be interesting. So. Hengist watched as all his carefully laid plans, ambitions, and dreams disappeared. He could not help but respect the man. To take the fate of the gods into his own hands was dangerous. The price could be much worse than death. But Hengist himself would not allow everything to leave his power so easily. He could try to change the others' minds with words, but this was a coward's answer to a question that demanded blood. Before any could speak and make Bedca's words real, Hengist drew his sword, pointing it at Bedca. I challenge you. I challenge your fate. And I demand mine be decided now in this hall with the ultimate cost. Interesting. Okay. Oh boy. Alrighty. The room did not breathe. The fire crackled. Distant wind howled against the wooden walls, and for a moment, time itself held still. Bedca's gaze locked into Hengist. The blade's gleam reflected in his dark eyes. He had claimed the burden of fate, seized the warrior with his words alone. But Hengist, the old wolf, the first conqueror of these lands, would not let it slip from his grasp so easily. Marv's hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his own sword, his lips curling into the barest grin. This was the only way to settle such a thing. Vigorous shifted, a sharp exhale through his nose, but his fingers twitched with something almost like anticipation. Markweld was still as a viper, his mind already racing with the implications. If Hengist died, the war was changed. If Bedca fell instead, it changed just as much. Either way, the gods would have their due. Wolfrith the Seer did not move, did not flinch. If anything, the corner of her lips curled upward and the barest shadow of a smirk. She had foreseen a great warrior's fall. Was it now? Was this the moment? Bedca did not hesitate. Then let the gods choose, he rumbled. Stepping forward, his own sword sliding free from its sheath in a single motion, he raised it, not in anger, nor in desperation, but in the unshakable certainty of a man who had already decided his own fate. Let them decide, Hengist, whether this war will be yours or mine. A duel would decide the war's course before the first battle had even begun. The warlords of the Saxons did not speak. There was no protest, no interference. This was the way of things. No oaths, no words, only steel. One of them would bleed for this cause, perhaps both, but only one would walk away as the true warlord of the Saxons. The hall cleared. The duel was upon them. All right, we gotta change this out for a moment here, folks. Actually, I'm gonna do this interesting. This might take a second. I gave it a pretty advanced prompt here. I don't know if it can do this or not. We'll see. Oh, interesting. Okay. It's gonna work, I think. I did it. Fuck yeah. All right, cool. So, back end, there are rules and stuff going on. I let the AI basically play this out. It's explained to me the back end. I won't tell you guys about that. I'll just read it how it goes for y'all. But, yep. All right, cool. I'll wait till it's done. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fuck. Okay. Yo! We need an appropriate song. One moment. Get ready, y'all. The hall had emptied, leaving only the gathered warlords in a rough circle, torches casting long shadows across the hard-packed earth. No words needed to be spoken. This was always how such things went. A man did not claim rule with words alone, he claimed it with blood. Hengist and Bedca faced each other, swords drawn, the weight of their ancestors pressing upon them. The fire crackled, and in the stillness before the first strike, only the low breath of warriors and the distant howl of the wind outside could be heard. Bedca struck first, testing Hengist with a swift lunge, the edge of his sword flashing in the dim firelight. The older warlord twisted it aside, his blade knocking Bedca's away with a harsh clang. Without hesitation, Hengist stepped forward, feinting left, before pivoting right and slashing across Bedca's shoulder. Blood welled up, dark against the foreign king's cloak, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to stagger. "A scratch!" Bedca growled. "The first of many," Hengist rumbled back. Bedca did not wait. He surged forward using his size and momentum to force Hengist back. The old warrior twisted to deflect, but Bedca anticipated this, shifting his weight mid-strike. His blade carved a deep line across Hengist's ribs, drawing a growl from the elder warlord as he stumbled one step back. Blood spattered onto the earth below them, steaming in the firelight. "Still so certain, old man?" Bedca taunted, his breath steady despite the pain in his shoulder. Hengist wiped blood from his side, put his free hand and grinned, wolfish. "The gods do not judge us for our age, only our steel." Now both warriors bled. Now the stakes had sharpened. They circled one another, the firelight making their blades gleam like fangs. Hengist moved first, testing Bedca's defenses with sharp, deliberate strikes. The foreign king met them, parrying, blocking, but Hengist's speed was not that of an aging man. It was that of a warrior who had fought for more years than some men lived. A sudden feint. Bedca fell for it, shifting to block too soon. Hengist's sword caught him across the thigh, cutting deep. Bedca grunted, his leg nearly buckling beneath him, but he forced himself upright. "Stand, Saxon, or kneel before me," Hengist sneered. Bedca's leg trembled as he adjusted his stance, his sword still firm in his grasp, but Hengist smelled weakness like a wolf tracking wounded prey. The old warlord pressed forward, his strikes relentless, hammering Bedca's defenses. The younger man parried once, twice, but the wound in his leg slowed him, made his footwork sluggish. Hengist's blade found an opening, smashing aside Bedca's guard and slicing deep into his side. Bedca gasped, a short, pained inhale, his blade dropping slightly in his grasp. Hengist stepped forward, pressing the blade of his sword against the foreign king's throat. "You wish to take the god's fate for yourself," Hengist murmured. "Now you kneel, or you die." Bedca's breath was ragged, his body screaming in pain. His hands twitched around the hilt of his sword. He could strike, he could refuse, but he had already lost, and he knew it. Slowly he lowered his weapon. He did not kneel, but he lowered his head ever so slightly, accepting the truth of what had transpired. The warlord stood in silence. The fire crackled. The gods had spoken, not through omens, but through steel. Hengist had won. Wolfrith stepped forward, her strange eyes gleaming as she studied Bedca, then Hengist. Her lips curled into something unreadable, as if she had always known this would be the outcome. "The eagle's wing is broken," she murmured, "but the eagle still lives." Mar exhaled slowly, tension easing from his stance as he sheathed his own sword. Vigrid nodded once, approvingly. Macweld watched with calculating eyes, his mind already moving towards his next play. And Bedca, still standing but bloodied, lifted his chin, meeting Hengist's gaze with neither defiance nor submission, only grim acceptance. "You have my sword," he said, voice rough but unwavering. "For now." Hengist had claimed his fate. Now the war would begin. Well, we have our war, ladies and gentlemen. Goddamn. So, we are now 4 hours into our 5th session of the 2nd Grand Campaign, and we have not gone a single day forward. I don't know about y'all, but fucking worth. That was so fucking fun. I'm having a great time right now. Goddamn. Holy shit, dude. I want to take a moment real quick, folks. I want to take a moment, not a break. I want to take a moment here. I'm getting that feeling, you know, when like you climb up, like, you know, you do a hike and you get to like the cool part of the hike. It's important sometimes to just stand there and look before you keep going. I'm gonna do that real quick. I also did not expect him to win. I thought Bedca has beat the shit out of him. That was fucking wild. Okay. So I will take not a break, but I am going to put it on another screen and let y'all chill for a second. I have to make a couple edits, a couple big ones too. I'm going to do that kind of behind the scenes here, and because it might cause some issues and do some weird stuff. So I'm going to work on that. I'm basically going to get the war set up right now, and when I do unpause, we're going to be actually play the game. We're going to fight the war. As I said, it will be on one speed, but we'll go. So I will be right back. All right, I think we are good to go. I've gotten a save, I've done the edits. The way I've done it is both Hengist and Bedca are both wounded right now. So they'll get better, they might get scarred, but I'll leave that up to the game. So, you know, it is what it is. They both did get wounded there. If something happens to them through that, is what it is, but it's kind of how it goes. So we are actually going to be playing the game now. I know, 4 hours in, we are going to play it. So let me overview a few things for this war. We'll be playing on speed 1. We'll take our time with it. I will not be forcing council meetings and stuff like that, but if they need to happen and make sense that they would happen, I'll have them. I'm going to do my best not to rush through this. I think I'll probably stream another hour or maybe 2 hours tonight. So we'll have a good chunk of actual war here. I do not want to be like, I need to finish this war tonight, or I need to keep streaming to the point I'm exhausted and I'm not playing it well anymore. So this may continue until to next week. I don't want to just say for sure or not, because I want to do this right. I have no idea what will happen. Maybe it'll be a quick war, maybe it'll be a long war, we don't know. So the other thing is I do obviously have Crusader Wars on, so we can fight one of these giant battles in Crusader Wars, but I want to double down on my rule. If Natanleod's leading it, it'll be him. If Gobanus is leading it, we'll fight it in the game. So I'll need to actually balance game mechanics and, like, you know, CK3's military bullshit, which has a lot of balancing problems in it and major issues with obviously the fact it might be in total war, but probably won't be. So yeah, that's how this will work. Same with the Saxons and their roleplay, right? If something major happens, like one of the leaders dies or like some big shit happens, I'm also happy that we will roleplay that out as well. I don't want to force it. I think we've done plenty of roleplay to set this up, but I'll be open to whether that goes somewhere or not. There's also just wild cards, so who knows what will actually happen. Now, the way that this is going to go is I'm going to wait until he gets home, and then we're going to declare war on Hengist. That's how we'll do this. I think I can do a struggle for Britannia conflict is what I can do. Let me double check. Once I'm not in an activity, we'll see. I think the struggle for Britannia Casus Belli is the way to do this, so it actually factors into the game mechanics. I think it's less chance of just, like, you know, sieging out a province and then just instantly winning the war. Yeah, there's also a lot of peace mechanics with this that really fucking suck. If we get to a point where one of the sides just like is forced, if we're forced to peace out or they're forced to peace out, when the war would keep going, I'll just do the peace. I'm gonna do an edit and start the war over basically, and just have it keep going. One of the things that frustrates me the most when I play CK3 is that the wars will end for really stupid fucking reasons, and I'm not gonna let that ruin this fucking roleplay. So we'll address that when we come to it. Did you add the mercenaries? I am allied with them. I will see if they automatically join. If anyone doesn't automatically join, I'll have to go switch them and like ask to join and do it that way. So we'll see if that works or not. So Count Caradog is trying to ransom himself out of prison. No, we'll deal with him after the war. That little fucker thinks he could do all that shit too. If you're like me and you just like gotten very sidetracked with all the roleplay that happened, just a reminder, our uppity fucking vassal Count Caradog the Young, who's honestly a bit of a beast, I'll give him that, revolted against us and caused a bunch of problems, and we just recently put him in prison. We're not letting him out of prison. That little shit's gonna stay in there until we can deal with him properly. So yeah, so it's been a while. This is a few people who got here in the middle or just got here. It's a very long story. I recommend you just go watch all of it, or just, I don't know, get an AI to summarize it or something for you. But short end of it, we've been role playing for the last 4 hours and we have not even started the game. I'm about to start the game now. The alliance with Natanleod actually ended up going okay. Riothemus playing 10D chess, and the alliance is about to start the war and try and take Londinium. And then we did role play for the Saxons. I was role playing Hengist for them as well, and Hengist is top dog. That's the easy way to put it. So the war's about to start. So technically, in terms of game mechanics, you actually have missed absolutely nothing. So there's that. Anything else I need to do as well? I'm gonna skip over and forget here. I don't think so. There's not much we really can do. Fort positions is one thing I might actually want to do here, because this actually helps the war a good bit sometimes, if I remember right. I should really get a seneschal too. We can't afford it right now though. This is one of those things where I don't like abusing how the game works, but at the same time, like, you kind of have to, because the AI will do it, right? So all these positions we absolutely cannot afford. I'm just looking for any military ones essentially right now, because some of these will actually affect them. We might have to ransom that little fucker if we need the money, though. That's the funny part. Because they're not going to give us money, so... we can't do accolades yet, so... We need some more knights, though, don't we? We only got 11. And we're a broke bitch, so we're not getting more. Oh well, is what it is. Alrighty. Hope the game doesn't break, folks. Let's begin. It's not technically over, is it? Yeah, there we go. Yup. Alright, we're on our way home. Obviously, when we get back there, that's when like the meeting would happen that we already roleplayed. It hasn't happened yet. It'll happen when we get back to Glebum. All of our rulers will get there. Then we'll march on Londinium, and then that's when the roleplay with Hengist and all that shit will go down. They're wounded right now, but that's fine. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, Seneschal now is actually not a bad idea. Cabanus is our personal champion. I forgot about that. I'd really like to do a tutor for our kids too. Fuck it. If we have to do Saradog, I guess we can. It's fine. It's gonna be Cabanus's wife is gonna be our court tutor. That's fine by me. Keeping it in the family. It's a pretty good fucking family, I gotta say. We're already hemorrhaging gold. We might as well hemorrhage more. I mean, we should get a good amount from sieges too, but by the way, please remind me for folks watching, because I have the memory of a fucking ferret. When we do a siege, and if we're in an army with Grist from Rigid, remind me to send him some money later, or just like go back and keep track of how much money we got from sieges, because we have to send him 1/3. I will actually do that. So by the way, please remind me of that. A knight errant. It is known that the people of Banbury seem to profess a special devotion towards their knights and their legends. My lord, is this Britannia? No, it's Solus. She's new. Okay. The knight says, bowing her head, "It's most fortunate you and I have come to meet at this crossroad." This is on our way home for the tournament, by the way. "For I'm in search of a marvelous we literally just had this event with Britannia. Are there just like magic fountains all over Britain right now? Yeah, we don't have time for that, but you could join us if you like. We do need more knights. We do not have time to be going and searching for fountains. Sticks in the wheel. I've also seen this multiple times already. By the way, folks, if I get events like this that I've seen before recently, I will just skip them and go with an answer. If they are new or if I haven't seen them in a while, I'll do them. That's one thing I learned in the first Grand campaign for CK3 is I find, and I think you guys will agree, it gets a little tedious when you have the same events happening over and over. It ruins immersion a bit, but it's also a thing in the game, and some of these like do make sense. I just rather not like drag them out. So I'll just choose an answer for ones like this. I'm just gonna use my own discretion on it. We are gonna get delayed there. That's unfortunate. I mean, add a modifier to make the Siege of London last shorter for the RP you did for the plan. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I don't think so. I think we'll just let it go. Oh, Jesus. Bitten by frost. It's been snowing for the past few days and the cold is unbearable. I look around to see that my entourage is struggling with it as well, so I decide to travel on foot. Alongside them, after we walk through the snowstorm for another hour, Demetria pulls me aside. While shaking, she yelps, "Please, my liege, I cannot feel my toe anymore." I order to take off her boot and have a look at the toe. It's all dark, oh god, blue, and already at this point it might be too late to save it. That's fucking awful. She lost her toe. That fucking sucks. She's got a grudge. She's blaming us for her frostbite. Jesus, woman. All right. That's a problem for later. We got bigger issues. Coming home from this tournament was apparently not a very fun time for us. It is winter, to be fair. So we'll wait to declare the war, obviously, until it's not winter as well. That's the other thing. I will wait for that. In fact, in the rope... Already? My brother in Christ, that was fast. Bro is just like W keying into raiding Corinium. Why does everyone want to raid Corinium, I swear? Listen, our kids are fucking smart, all right? Power struggle. Whoa, what is this? Our steward has too much power. That's cool, but also very bad timing. We can use a confront interaction. We'll wait until we're home. Earl of Ruin, you little fucking shit. What are you doing? Oh, because he's our fucking, oh my gosh, he's our regent while we're gone. That's what this is. All right, we're actually home now. Do we still have a power struggle? I don't think we should. We still do. Is he really? Okay, yeah, dismissed. I was gonna say, hold on. That's not very wise of him with Gobonis like prowling the fucking castle right now if he wants to try and stay in charge. That would not end well for him. But okay, we're good. Wait until like when the snows recede. Yeah, they're already raiding us. That's good. That means we could start off the war by like beating the fuck out of Vigibert as well. That'd be really nice. Buddy, you don't know what's about to come, do you? All right. All right. Well, that just changed potentially the war's direction in a lot of ways. As soon as I see the snow recede, we're going. We W key here. Alrighty. It begins. All right, the final numbers, ladies and gentlemen. We have around 10,000 soldiers in total. They have around 16,000 soldiers in total. So that's gonna be interesting. Am I missing anyone in our alliance? Let me check one more time. Yeah, I need an alliance with. I have it with Riosmus. Maybe it's gonna say like he doesn't join, but I'll have to go make him join. We'll see. Alrighty. Here we go. We will immediately call our men. We would have probably already called them. It's been a little while. Is it me or do we have way more soldiers all of a sudden? I mean, we have a lot more lands recently, I suppose. That's part of it. Our vassals have special soldiers. There's levies. Put Gobonis is being raised as a knight. What? There we go. Okay. And then we immediately W key Corinium. We're gonna go right after Ostfallen. So obviously at this point, this would be like right after the meeting, right? They all would have agreed. All of them have gone home to raise their banners and bring their men and all that kind of stuff. I need to start inviting allies too now. Call the wife in. Call Tudwall. He will not accept. I need to actually do another little fun thing here. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I like how the game's just straight up like, yeah, none of these people would ever help you, but you know, we counter that with roleplay, so it's fine. I'm also going to switch over and do the same thing for Hengist, just to be careful as well here. So he gets all his people. Yes, I did. I like how the chance of him actually in reality getting Mar to join is like -1,000. That's really funny. Just so the AI isn't being dumb, let's do that. Gotta reset your prestige after this? Yeah, I'd manually give us some if we actually succeed here. But we have not done that yet. Alrighty. I'm gonna wait long enough for them to all accept with yes men still on, I think, and then we'll go from there. I'm still W king though. We also do need a little bit more accurate music here. I do like the soundtrack and I think it fits here given the war, so I will play this. Hengist is dying? No, that does sort of Coggin things, doesn't it? See if he has time to make the Vital took that, Leon. Of course I'll join your war. Riothemus just immediately dripped out. Very nice. I like the theme of these responses we're getting. Sure, whatever. That works. Does it work on everyone or just the character you selected? That is a good question. Easy way to see, isn't there? Yep. Wait, that's him. Wrong person. Yep, they got their boys. They've got their fucking boys. Oh, yes. We're chilling. I'm gonna turn off Yesman now. Thank God it's not a U4. God, the direction they took that game in, I'm so sad with it still. Alrighty, let's play this war out. Alright, so immediately we're gonna just like lead, obviously, the march on Londinium off the bat. We're gonna try, we've obviously gotten reports, and we would know at this point that Critium was being sieged. We let it happen for a little bit, basically like Pearl Harbor, our fucking FDR situation here, and then we're gonna try and catch their army, which is running right now. Also, let me turn game music on. We might get that, I'm not sure. War preparations, drilling exercises. My lord, I propose a week of intensive drilling for our troops before we march. I'm gonna say like in time, this would be before we march because it obviously makes no sense right now. This would be like in like the little winter period while we were waiting to go fight. I think that would make sense. Many of our levies have never held a spear in anger, let alone faced a determined enemy in the battlefield. With a modest investment of gold for proper equipment and training grounds, I can ensure our forces are at least somewhat prepared for the realities of war. That's fucking, we have no choice. That is just too good. Oh my gosh, yes. That's some good stat bonuses. We'll take that. Gobanus doing Gobanus things. Here we go. You know, Britain's definitely popping off here. We get it. Where are the rest of their troops? They're all fucking in Saxony and in the lowlands. That's where they're at right now. I guess there's not a lot of like actual full Saxon armies currently in Britannia. They're gonna have to land. If we can take advantage of this moment and wipe a couple of their armies and get Londinium, that gives us a lot of momentum in this war. Here we go. Oh, yeah, you're completely right. They are not going where the game says they are. We'll have to go fight him in Corinium. Fine by me. Hengist and his forces immediately hit. Oh. There are no end to the opinions and wants of my son and heir Arturius. Half of the time, he's trying to tell me what to do instead of the other way around. Fuck yeah. Good kid. Good kid. Takes after our cousin and or father. Definitely not us. Hopefully he actually will learn how to read. It's the type of child who, like, could hate Latin. Then we wouldn't respect him. The battle's looking good. We obviously have a huge upper hand here. We have a lot of good troops and Galbanus leading them. Huge difference in commander ability here. Now, I know this looks very good for us right now, ladies and gentlemen, but this is before, like, the 10,000, 15,000 death stacks start landing. So don't let this look other than it is. This is not the hard part. This is the easy part. Like that. They've already begun. I think we knock out Hengist too if we can here and then take London. That makes sense why he calls a meeting if, like, Ostwald gets hit and then he gets hit and then they go for London. So we'll head straight for that next. The Isle of Wight seems to be dealing with rebels. Mitra's dealing with that. Kemper's landing on the Isle of Wight as well. This is looking good for the moment. They're running. We'll chase them as far as the end of our territory in Temisia, and if we don't catch them there, I think we take London. We're gonna do a full-on actual siege, folks, but roleplay-wise, we'll do what the plan originally was. I just don't want to make this super uber complicated to reflect that, you know? Oh, shit. Okay. I think we cut them off, though. Worth it. The Aurelianus Watchers are over by Paris. That's interesting. It's looking good. Uh-oh. Trusting objections to realm walls. Why do they waste so much time of the realm's wealth on these ridiculous intelligence operations? There's no threat, no grand conspiracy lurking in the shadows. It's one of our laws. We'll deal with that later. Here's the first of them. The Frisians are landing. If we chase them in the oh boy, yeah, here they come. We gotta knock this group out. We've got to do it. We can't fight in their lands though. If we do that, we'll fucking lose these big battles. This is where I'm gonna try and balance actual, like, CK3 knowledge with, like, actual roleplay strategy. Not easy to do. No, we can't take that battle. That ends badly. London it is. Or we hit Frisia right now. I mean, the whole point of London was to draw out their forces. They're not going to do that in reality in London, but we could represent that by going to actually fight them in Castra Sturis. That's also where our fucking wife is, so I think we full send it. Yep, good call. That little fucking shit will get his due later. They keep fucking running and they get away fast. That's the problem here. We do it this way then. Yeah, the Irish are raiding Wales right now. Oh, fuck. Hit them, boys! I can't run now, I don't think. Big battle coming. Nope. Here we go. No reinforcements. Jesus, Hengist is actually a better commander than Globanus. What the fuck? That checks out. We have another son born in Castrosturis as well. What shall we name him? That's a good one. We'll go with Alexander. God damn, he's a bit of a Chad. Jesus Christ. We win this, but the question is, can we win it before their backup gets here? If their backup gets here, we might lose this. I'm not gonna lie. Holy shit. Globanus, you fucker, come on! Oh, this will be close. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Complications following childbirth. Our wife can't have more kids? Oh, God, that's a whole other horrible thing. Wow. We'll deal with that later. We don't know about that. Apparently our wife just... She's alive. Whoa, a clear mind. My life has been very relaxed recently after I found myself blessed in a few stress-free years. He's getting us an event in the middle of this battle, folks. I want to underline that. God damn. With the absence of any worries, the burdens of rulership momentarily lighten, allowing for some introspection and self-growth. I'm gonna say it's in the middle of the battle. Why not? Oh, man. Oh, man, I don't think we get it in time. Go, 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 go. Who is that? That's Regan. Oh, now we have to make a big decision. Do we save? Of course, ladies and gentlemen. He is currently fighting 5 times his number of another 3,000 coming to join him. There's 2 options, and I'm going to let you decide in the poll. We can abandon him and let his men be slaughtered and retreat to our lands to fight on our terms, or we can throw everything into this battle and try and save him against all odds after the defeat of Hengist. One minute long poll here. This will be a short one. If you're on YouTube, you can answer the poll. It is called Alliance Decision, a question of honor. You can either save Gorst, or we can view it as a sacrifice and retreat our army to our lands to fight on our terms. Those are our options. He's got a lot of men, folks. He is a very important factor in this alliance, right? But I will say in CK3 terms explicitly, taking this battle, it's not unwinnable, but it will be rough. So yeah, just be aware. And we'd know that. That's the question. Would that, I don't know. We probably won't win that. I'm gonna keep it 100 of y'all. But would we really abandon him? Is that who we are? We're the war leader here. We get to make the call. and do. I mean, if we don't go for him, I mean, we are. The pool's already there. But if we didn't go for him, that's when I'd start to really consider some like mental things for Natanleod, because that would be very against who he is. Yeah, the pool's not even close. I'm just gonna do it. We're saving him. All right. We go. We go together. He doesn't deserve to be saved, but we will do it anyway. Do we even get there in time? We might not. Oh, fuck. If we don't, we're so fucked. Oh, wow. 1 day left. Okay, I think we get there. Last minute. 200 of his men were left. No fucking way. Oh, boy. Here we go. Gobanus leading against Mar. Oh, boy. Come on. Come on. It's turning against us. Oh, fuck. Reinforcements, we have the numbers now. They've got way more champions than they do, but they've got a lot of men and a lot of good veteran warriors. Mar, I also will say, has aggressive attacker. We're gonna fucking hurt here no matter if we win or lose. I think we're winning it. I think we're winning it. Holy fuck, we're gonna win it. That was too close. This is huge. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. No way. No way! The Saxons! Bedca! Oh no! Is he abandoning them? Oh my God, he's not gonna intervene. Someone held a grudge. Oh man! He abandoned them. Bro gave no fucks. Holy shit. He's literally walking away. Oh my God, that's crazy. We're gonna get it. The Saxons, the blood feud, the resentment, it's led to them losing what should have been their victory. He could have absolutely slaughtered us there if he wanted. He chose not to hand it to the rest of them. Bedca's joining up with Hengist instead. Now that's an interesting thought. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, you're right? He didn't abandon Hengist, he joined up with him. Both of them decided not to help the others. That's some like, what in the actual fuck? That's some crazy like backstabbing shit right there. Wow. Holy fuck. This isn't over, folks. We took a lot of casualties here. Mars got aggressive attacker. We won it. High cost. High fucking cost. We need to get the back into our lands now. That's a big victory. I think this might be a moment we need to stop and do War Council roleplays. I'd like to keep going, but there's some big, pretty fucking dramatic events that have happened here. Holy fuck, on both sides. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna retreat back into our lands. We'll do a War Council roleplay, and then they need to do one too, because my God, that is a lot just happened. A lot just happened in the roleplay. We lost so many men, my God. That's so wild. I like that though. I thought Bedca would betray Hengist, but in the end, they became close. That's crazy. Oh no, I clicked the wrong button. Uh-oh. No, we go that way. Is Gwurst? Gwurst is staying in Kent to sack Hengist's Hall. Brother, that is not the play. You lost like 2/3 of your army. What are you doing? Greedy fuck. Jesus. Make a quicker one, please? No. Nope. Absolutely not. We'll play it out to where it goes. This is not 2k roleplay, I'm afraid. I think we hit a Corinium. Oh no, Atrabatia might work actually. We need the supply limit though. It's Mechwold's army. Where's he going? Hold on. Oh, he's going onto the river. Yeah, we don't get there in time. Mechwold's running. He got out of London. We'll go to Atrabatia. That's where we'll hold the council meeting. In the Hall of Gabanus' ancestors. Fitting. Ah, here he comes. Gorse is like, come on, guys. Come on, we can loot Kent now. No, we don't need to go back. Fuck. So much gold. Wait till they get here. Now they have fully combined here. Only the Frisians haven't, so Mar will not be at this meeting. They came crawling back. Oh, Macfeld is leaving too. Oh my God, alrighty. We're down a lot, folks. We're down pretty heavy on numbers here. We can't do that again. We can't have a battle like that. Another one like that will end this war before it continues. Fucking hell. They're convening a big army right now, though. Almost 9,000. The Frisians are coming down, so Mar will be at this meeting. All of them will be. All right, roleplay time. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we are going to jump into the Alliance Council meeting between them. Obviously, we got to talk about this. It'll be good and bad for the Alliance. And then the Saxons have to figure out what the fuck they're doing after that, because that's some, like, blood feud shit right there. Like, Jesus. I'm not afraid to knock people out of the war if they just want to walk off as well if the roleplay goes that way. So I'll be right back in a couple minutes, and then we will continue. is almost 6 months since the last meeting. In that time, the forces of the Alliance did as intended. At first, an opportunity. Natanleod's own army managed to chase down a huge raiding party, gaining victory and an early edge under the command of Gobanus. After, the armies of all the lords met in Londinium, pursuing the siege that was not a siege for weeks before another opportunity showed itself. The forces of Hengist separated from the safety of the sea, raiding west, deciding action over caution. Natanleod chased down this army with the other lords and met them in battle south of Hengist Hall, Kent. The old wolf did not go down easily, his brilliance becoming clear as he proved a match even for Gobanus, despite being vastly outnumbered. An unquestionably dangerous man. Yet victory came. And Hengist went back into the ocean from whence he came. Yet, I already said yet a lot. To the north, Grith's forces were found not in battle with the other lords, having disobeyed orders and using the chance to get a head start and sack and loot Kent itself, Hengist's empty hall. And this proved to be fatal, for there they were caught by a large Saxon force coming from Londinium. Gwrst reacted well and tried to flee to his comrades to the south, but was caught all the same. News came to the main force, and Natanleod and the other lords were made aware of the battle that was about to start. Two choices emerged. This was Gwrst's own doing. He had not followed orders. This battle would not be on their terms. It could be disastrous, fatal. But Natanleod never really had a choice. His nature would not allow it. And so, the grumbling, uncertain lords and their army marched to save their wayward ally. The battle was brutal. The losses immense. But in the end, victory at a heavy price. And with that, a retreat back west to their own lands. Victories had been taken, but they had come at great cost. This is the meeting held in a war camp in Atrebatia, weeks after the battle. News also came that a shocking betrayal had occurred amongst their enemies. Bedca, with almost 6,000 men, had known of the battle and sailed by on the ocean, not far from their victory. Their enemies, though divided, were reportedly reconvening at the siege of Castrosaurus. The forces of the Alliance, jubilant in the moment, were quickly beginning to realize that their losses made this war's outcome no more certain than when it began. The Irish are not conquering Wales. I checked it. They are raiding it for slaves. Salmon, actually, is what they're doing. Ooh, interesting. Okay. So it's going to give a little overview, which I'm going to read first to the setting, which is actually really cool, and then it will get into the roleplay. So I'll go through this. The War Council of Atrebatia. The fires burn low in the war camp, sending thin plumes of smoke curling into the cold autumn sky. The banners of the gathered lords fluttered wearily in the breeze, stained with the dirt and blood of hard-fought battles. This was not the confident, uncertain gathering of 6 months prior. The men in this tent had bled together, suffered together, won together, and yet there was no certainty in their eyes, owing the grim realization that this war had no easy end. Worse arrogance had cost them dearly. Hengist had not fallen. The Saxons had suffered, but they had not broken. And now, their enemies were regrouping, gathering in Castrosaurus, wherever siege loomed. The alliance had not failed, but it had not won either. So it's going to give a mood of the lords, which I think is cool, and I'm going to actually read that for y'all, because I think it'll kind of give some perspective here. Riothamus, silent, observing, the war had cost them much, and he knew that this was the moment that would determine whether the alliance truly held or fractured. Gobanus, unflinching, a general who had tasted victory, but at too high a price. He knew their strengths and weaknesses now, and he would not let Natanleod or the others delude themselves. Gwurst, he had nearly cost them everything, and yet he had survived. Would he try to justify himself, or would he demand a new path, one of pure ambition rather than strategy? Mitra, coldly assessing, they had won, but they had lost too much. He would push for a strategy that did not rely on blind valor. Budik, more powerful now, having taken much of Kent, but more dangerous. Would he still follow Natanleod, or did he see a new path forward for himself? Cadwallon. Alright, I'm not going to read that one because I think that'll be more fun to see. The question was no longer whether they could fight. The question was how much more they could endure. Natanleod stood at the center of the gathered warlords. The battle-worn map spread before them, marked with the scars of victories and defeats. Their armies had bled the Saxon forces, but the enemy had not broken. The war was still in a very delicate balance. The air was thick with tension, resentment, fatigue, and yet the undeniable pull of necessity. No one spoke, not at first. It was Gobanus who finally broke the silence. The grizzled general reached across the battle-stained map, his fingers tracing the jagged marks where their battles had been won, and the cost paid in blood. His expression was unreadable, but his voice was heavy, a blade cutting through the fog of pride and delusion. We have won, and we have lost. His gaze lifted, sweeping over the room, lighting on Gwurst, then Natanleod. The Saxons suffered. Hengist, their finest, has fled. But we did not kill him. We did not break them. And we bled. He tapped a finger hard against the map at the sight of Gwurst's blunder. This was reckless. Then he pointed to Londinium, still in enemy hands. This was costly. Finally, his finger drifted to Castra Sturris, where the Saxons were gathering again. And this will be worse than anything we have faced yet. His tone was not accusing, nor angry, just brutally clear. We are weaker than we were 6 months ago. That is a fact. If we continue as we have, marching into battle, whether the enemy presents itself or not, then we will win 100 victories and lose this war. He turned now fully to Natanleod, and though he spoke to him, his words were for the whole council. I led your men in battle. I saw them fight, and I saw them die. Tell me, Natanleod, tell us all, what is left? If we march on Castra Sturris, do we march to win? Or do we march because it's the only road we know? The weight of the question settled like iron in the room. He had laid bare the truth. They were warriors, but this was no longer about single battles. This was now about the endgame. Would Natanleod acknowledge their weakened position? Would he demand another march, another battle, even as their forces dwindled? Would he seek another way? Diplomacy, division among the Saxons, an appeal for foreign aid. The warlords waited, not just for strategy, but for the answer to the war itself. Pull time. All right, big decision. I'm not rushing this, so we're gonna do a 5-minute long. I'll do a 3-minute long one. If you're watching on YouTube, the poll is going to be called Alliance Decision, Fate Watches. So this will be 1, 2, and 3, and 4. There's 4 options. Number 1 is accept that they are weak, they're in a weak position, and go from there. 2, Carpe Diem, just like seize the day, go forward, try and take the battle, try and fight it. 3 is to try negotiate, not with the whole Saxons, but try and see if they can like basically break their solidarity, offer something maybe to some of them and try and split them. And then lastly is allies, so we could try and seek elsewhere. So maybe go negotiate with the Irish who are raiding Wales right now and say, hey, you already got all your soldiers over here, why not put them to use for something real? And we can offer you a lot of land or money or anything else, right? Carpe Diem, I just mean like we W key them, we go all in, we just try and take the next battle, even though we've lost a lot. Just keep trying to fight them. It doesn't seem like the best idea for sure, but like it also might work. I mean, there's no real right answer here. There are just decisions, right? That's where we are. I will say Natanleod is not the reckless type though. So from his perspective, all these are like equally interesting options. So it's YOLO, but in Latin, correct. Maybe you could take it in the direction that since Hengist lost the majority of his army in Kent, he had to flee north to meet up with Bedca, where he was pressed into relinquishing leadership to him since he was dishonored in battle. Oh, that's fucking interesting. Yeah, I kind of like that. When we get to the Saxon portion of this, I think I'll throw it in. I'll give a couple options to the AI and I'll let it choose what to run with, is how I'll do that. Seems like the Irish are working the Saxons. They're not. They don't give a fuck. They're doing their own thing. Dude, Spicy, I was in like my final year of high school when I think it was final year of the year before in high school when YOLO was a big thing. When that like SNL video came out and all that shit. Fuck. Tell me you're in your late 20s without telling me you're in your late 20s. Oh, interesting take. I think both the Saxons and the Britons try to engage in talks with the Irish. Ooh. Ooh. You know what we could do that might be really fun? I could get the AI to actually do it for us. You remember that scene in House of the Dragon when they're both trying to get like fucking the Baratheons on their side and both their envoys show up at once? That'd be kind of fun, wouldn't it? We could do that. But I don't think we make it that simple though. It's not like which one of you choose. It's like they both show up and try and like, you know, negotiate with him and he makes them both wait. And he basically, like, the Irish will make them do a bidding war. And then it, like, I want to make it so maybe the Irish, like, just, like, do that for fun. And they're like, nah, we're good. Fuck off kind of thing, right? That'd be funny, too. What is I'll have to go look at their leader and see what kind of person they are. All right, Carpe Diem is what? Actually, let me check YouTube. All right, we got 1. We've got 4. What's up, Parker? Yeah, I do know that they've got an expansion coming. Looks kind of interesting. I don't have much faith in Paradox updates these days, so maybe it'll be good. That'd be nice. Another one for 4. Yeah, it won't change it, though. It'll still be Carpe Diem. So we are going to basically try and take the aggressive against them. All right, so how do we do this? Let me think. Natanleod felt much different than he had at their last meeting. Time was a funny thing. Sometimes years could pass and one felt the same, and others, a single moment or battle, felt as though it aged one a lifetime. His eyes met that of Riothemus, a man who respected him now, as he did the same. His father-in-law had given great counsel over the last month's campaigning, and it had been his gambit that had made any of this possible. But now, it was he who truly led. He gave a simple, grin smile. Riothmus returned it. A sad look in his eyes, not of defeat, but knowing, as one did after a lifetime of war, what had to come next. Sacrifice was not done with. It had just started. Natanleod then did something he had never done before. He rejected the words of Cobanus, his old friend, his closest friend. A man was more family than anything else, and a man who was right then wrong. His tactical mind showed the reality correctly, but his conclusion, the unspoken one, would lead to defeat. They were much weaker than before, but they had something they likely would not get again: momentum. The same thing that had happened and first begun the first alliance meeting. If they continued as they did, not only would many men flock to the Lord's banners, the Saxons would lose their faith. They needed a decisive victory as soon as possible. If they got it, the war was done. If they didn't, they would continue to bleed as the Saxons grew stronger. They never lacked for brave, dangerous warriors who would make the crossing. My friends, you speak true. We are at a crossroad, and it will define not just our lives, but that of every man gathered here today's ancestors, the future of Britannia. If we cower, if we wait, if we are cautious, we dig our grave. We have a special moment here to prove the tournaments of Ostfalen wrong. London now is not an option. It would break us. So, we take the fight to Bedca and Hengist. They're cracking at the seams. You saw it as I did. They doubt their strength and the power of their heathen gods. Cobanus, answer me this, and any other man here who disagrees. If we defeat them at the gates of Castra Sturris, is there any way we do not win this war? The AI basically just decided that this was the end. It's never done that before. That's cool. Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna run with it. The wartant fell into silence once more, but this was no longer the silence of doubt. It was the silence before a storm. Gabanus held Natanleod's gaze, and for the first time, there was hesitation in his expression. Not because he was afraid, not because he disagreed, but because he understood exactly what was being asked. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, with a slow exhale, he closed his eyes briefly before speaking. No. It was a single word, but it carried a weight of 1,000. He turned now, not to Natanleod, but to the other warlords. If we break them here, at Castor Sturus, then their banners will burn, their will shatter, their men will scatter, and the sea will take what remains. We will not need to win another battle, nor have another war council. There will be no more great Saxon armies marching upon us in this generation. That, I swear. His words hung heavy in the air. Then Mitra spoke, his deep voice cool and measured. And if we fail? Natanleod did not need to answer. Everyone knew. If they failed, the alliance of Logris would be finished. This was the final gamble. All right, so we're done. I'm going to give the overview of what the AI said about the outcome of this, and then we move on to the Saxons. So, council reactions. Rosmus, silent but watching Natanleod with newfound certainty. His son-in-law had become the leader he had always hoped for. He knew what this meant. He knew what it would cost, but he would follow. Gabanus, now fully committed. There was no longer hesitation, no longer caution. If this was to be the final battle, he would make certain it ended in victory. Gwurst grinned. Finally, we marched to win instead of bickering like old women. Yet there was an undercurrent of fear beneath his bravado. He had seen what happened when things went wrong. Mitra, then we make this count. Coldly logical, but he would ensure the battle was precise and calculated, not reckless. Boudic, more than pleased. You all are finally starting to sound like warriors. But there was opportunity here, and he knew it. If they won, there would be land and power to be divided and gained. Ergel, a slow nod. The war was decided here. If they waited, it would only prolong the bleeding. Cadwallon, eyes blazing. This was the crusade he had wanted all along. Then let us do as the Lord commands. March upon the heathens and cast them into the fire. All right, so this is the final kind of like faction shifts. It's saying, Pragmatists united by Natanleod, Opportunists, Gwurst is wary, Boudic is energized. Holy Warriors are all in. Warhawks fully committed. So there's, yeah, everyone's all in on this. So, State of the Alliance. The war will be decided at Castor Sturus. Victory means triumph, defeat means collapse of the Alliance. Natanleod is now truly undisputed as Supreme Commander. Yep, the final march to the Alliance of Logris has begun. Alrighty. Damn. That's fucking cool. I will decide what happens if we lose after we lose. I'll have to. I'm going to sit there and really have to think about that. So we'll see. But we are not quite done yet, are we? We've got another thing going on over in the Saxon camp. up the opening 1 second here. One of them look angry, or a few of them. Just imagine every one of them is fucking angry as fuck. But I think Bedca's face right now is pretty accurate. But the rest should be pretty angry. Yeah, there's gonna be an omen and some stuff. I'm just putting the background in here for the AI. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. One moment. There'll be a good chunk of stuff here. Also, something hidden kind of caught on to already as well. Natanleod has almost the same ability in terms of like leading men in battle now as Gobanus. Actually, they're very close. I think it's 1 or 2 point difference. That's why I let him actually stand up to Gobanus there. If he was lower, I would not have allowed that to happen. All right, so setting the scene here. This is a gathering at Bedca's war camp. It's after they've all managed to like get their beaten armies, bloodied armies back, but they're still all right. Obviously, a big deal for the alliance, for the circle's kind of cohesion here. The tides of war had shifted, yet nothing was certain. The Britons had won a battle, but not the war. Hengist had been cast back into the sea, yet he returned not as a lone wolf, but as part of a larger pack. And Bedca, the foreign king, had played his hand, choosing inaction while his allies bled, only to meet them on his own terms, stronger, richer, and almost completely untouchable. Now in the great war camp at Essex, the remnants of Saxon forces from Kent and Londinium, battered, humiliated, but alive, came to stand before the king who waited, and none knew how the balance of power would fall. The camp sprawled across the land like a great beast at rest. Tents and wooden palisades rose in the autumn mist, the smell of roasted meat and blood mixing with the sea wind. Drunken warriors laughed and sang, their bellies full and arms heavy with stolen silver and plundered goods. And in the center, where the banners of Bedca's forces fluttered in the wind, the warlords gathered. They came broken, but not beaten. Wugabert, silent but burning with quiet rage. Mar, ever the warrior, wounded but not defeated. Macwald, smiling thinly, though it did not reach his eyes as always. Hengist, the old wolf, returned from the sea with new oaths upon his lips. I've said that he did swear allegiance to Bedca, I like that idea. And Bedca, sitting upon a wooden seat, his body bathed in firelight, his cup full, his warriors strong. It was his moment, but nothing was ever certain. The fire crackled as Wulfrith knelt once more. The runestones clattered against the wooden floor of the great tent. The moments stretched, the flames flickering against the face of warriors who had seen too much, lost too much, but had come here all the same. Her mismatched eyes traced the shapes in the runes, as twisted marks of fate. The gods are not done with us, she murmured, her voice low. But one among us is done with the gods. A ripple passed through the gathered warlords, men shifting where they sat, hands tightening around the hilts of their weapons. Betrayal. The word did not need to be spoken, it was written upon the bones of fate. She rose slowly, deliberately, her gaze sweeping across the assembled men. The oaths that bind us grow heavy. They will break, whether by steel, by whisper, or by the will of the gods. A bond will be shattered, and the course of a war will change. Her lips curled slightly, not in amusement, but something colder, knowing. But which of you will be the one to break it? Silence following Wulfrith's words was a living thing, thick and restless, shifting between the gathered warlords like an unseen beast. The firelight threw shadows across their faces, some impassive, others tight, with barely concealed suspicion. Someone would break, someone would betray. The only question was who. A rough exhale broke the quiet. Enough riddles! Wigerbert's voice, low and dangerous, cut through the air like a blade. The warlord sat forward, resting his forearms on the thick wooden table before him. His eyes gleamed beneath the heavy brow. His fingers twitched against the hilt of his sword, restless, itching for action and reason. You speak of broken oaths, seer, but you need not whisper of fate to see what stands before us. His gaze flicked sharply towards Bedca, hard as iron. We bled while you sat. We screamed in the dirt while your men feasted. We fought. We lost. And we ran like beaten dogs while you, his lips curled, you did nothing. He spat onto the floor beneath his seat, the gesture as much an insult as his words. Tell me, king who waits, why should I still fight for you? Why should any of us? Why should we keep fighting? The hall tensed. The challenge was not formal, but it was undeniable. Wigerbert was not calling for a duel. He was calling for an answer, and there were many in this hall who would be listening for it. I'm not gonna respond with Hengist, actually. I'm gonna let Bedca speak first. I think Hengist would have sworn oaths to him, but he's not a loyal man, right? If Bedca sows his own downfall, he's just gonna sit there and watch it. He's that worst kind of follower. There's someone who comes to mind for me, a similar sort of person. Bedca did not move at first. He let the words settle, let the firelight flicker across his scarred face, let the weight of Wigebert's accusation fill the hall like a slow rising tide. Around them, warriors shifted, eyes flickering between the two men, waiting, judging. The moment stretched, taut as a drawn bowstring. Then he exhaled, a slow measured breath, and he stood. You think I did nothing. His voice was calm, but the weight behind it made the air in the hall feel thick. You think I sat idle while you bled? Did I let your warriors die for no reason while mine stayed safe? He stepped around the table, his gait slow, deliberate, not defensive, not apologetic. A man who owned his choices for better or worse. I chose to hold. His voice dark as the sea before a storm, locking onto Wigebert. I chose to wait. While the Britons exhausted themselves breaking your armies, while they spent their strength in Kent, while they chased ghosts and spilled their own blood in victory, I chose to let the tide go out, knowing it would return stronger. He stopped, letting his gaze sweep across the others. Markwald, Mar, Hengist, Wulfrith, his own warriors, his rivals, his vultures waiting to see if he faltered. And now you stand in my war camp. His voice did not rise, but it hardened. Your warriors are my warriors now. Your broken shields rest beside my fresh ones. Your dead lie behind us, while mine stand ready. A slow breath, controlled, calculated. I did not break faith with you, Wigerbert. His head tilted slightly. But if you cannot see the war before you, you cannot see that I chose the battle that mattered over the one that would merely satisfy my pride. Then perhaps you have broken faith with me and with all of us. The words landed like a hammer on stone. The gathered warlords shifted, tension rolling through them. Some nodded, their expressions grim but knowing. Others watched, still uncertain. Rigobert's fingers flexed, his jaw tight. The challenge had been met, not with apology, not with submission, but with cold certainty. The truth was, there for all to see. Bedca had grown stronger, while they had lost. He had gained, and that, more than words, was what mattered. But would it be enough? Would the others accept it? Or was the war among assassins only beginning? Pull time. Two-minute long poll. There are three options. The third, I'm going to choose it. I have something very specific in mind. I'm not going to tell you what it is. If you would like to see something that you cannot choose happen, I will do that one. You're watching on YouTube. There are three options. Bedca leads them from here on out. Hengist betrays, or there's a third option, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. What is the third option? I'm not gonna tell you that. You can choose it if you want. I'll promise you this, it'll be fucking fun. So fucking close, Jesus. 6 for Bedca lead, 7 for Hengist betrays, and 5 for the unknown. You know, the question isn't will they like fight each other, the question's when they will fight each other. Will they stay together long enough to beat the Britons and then fight each other? Or do they do it now? No, when you make a vote, it is final. Hengist betrays. Any from you too? Let me check. Bedca leads. Wow, it's tied 7-7. 7-7-6. Fuck. We're back to our old Grand Campaign ways, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna roll a d20. I'll include all three of them. 6, 12, 18, 19 total. Oh, okay, I know how to make this really fucking fun. 1 through 6 will be the unknown. The next 6 will be for Bedca leads. The next 7 will be Hengist betrays, and at 20, I'm just gonna tell the AI to do whatever the fuck it wants, just for a wild card. It is a... Oh my actual... I'm gonna stream this just so you guys see it. I kid you not. Yep. It's a 20. What are the chances? Okay. AI Deus Ex Machina take the fucking wheel it is. No, absolutely not. There's no second vote. Stand by your convictions. We go where we may. Okay. I did a poll. It was tied. Gave wild card. Oh, no way. No way. Oh, whoa. Y'all ain't ready for this shit. Get ready. Oh my God. We're ending right after this, by the way, folks. We'll continue this next week. This is a great point to stop. I'm literally going to read this, and I'm going to end the stream. So get ready for this one. I love AI, man. They do some crazy shit, dude. AI fucks around a little. I'm not gonna lie. It fucks around. It fucks around a little bit. Nope. Nope, that'd be too easy. This is actually much more interesting. All right, let's get to it. The wild card is what it called this. The air in the hall remained thick, heavy with the weight of Bedca's words. Vigobert's hands clenched, his breath measured but tight, the room teetering on the edge of something unseen. But before any man could speak, before blood could be spilled, a new voice broke the silence. My lords, the tent flaps parted and a stranger entered the hall. He was wrapped in a thick, travel-worn cloak, his face shadowed, but his voice carried the weight of a man who had ridden long and hard. He did not bow, he did not falter, he simply stood among them. Wolfthrift, watching from her seat, did not move, but a slow, thin smile curved at the corner of her lips. She had seen much in the runes, but not this. Perhaps the gods had a sense of humor after all. I bring word, the stranger continued, his gaze flicking between them, from the north. The words cut through the air like a blade. The north, not Kent, not Essex, not London. This was something else, something no man in the room had anticipated. The Britons are not your only enemies. His voice was calm, firm. He held the weight of his words and allowed them to sink in. The tension of Saxon politics was now suffocated by something new, something unexpected. The stranger did not lower his hood, did not beg for an audience. The Picts are moving south. A murmur rippled through the gabbered halls, not of shock, but of calculation. Some narrowed their eyes, others scoffed, but none dismissed it outright. They're not sending raids this time, they're sending war banners. Wolfthrift's lips parted slightly, her gaze sharpening, as if she had seen this very omen flicker across the runes. Bedca's fingers drummed against his belt, his expression unreadable, but his mind undoubtedly racing. Hengist said nothing, but his knuckles whitened around his sword hilt, an old memory surfacing, of battles fought long ago, of painted warriors who did not break, who did not beg, who killed with wild abandon. Marl out a breath of laughter, shaking his head. So the rats smell blood in the wind and come crawling from their holes. Call them rats if you want, the messenger continued unflinching, but they're not coming to pick at the scraps, they're coming for Britain itself. A beat of silence. And they march not against the Britons, they march against us as well. Bedca's expression remained unreadable, his eyes dark and steady as the firelight flickered against his scarred face. The war had already shifted once, when he had chosen to wait. Now it shifted again, and yet, he did not panic, nor did he hesitate. Slowly, he exhaled and lifted his cup, drinking deep before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. When he spoke, his voice was calm and absolute. Then we march! A murmur spread through the warlords, some with approval, others with uncertainty. He let them stir, let the weight of his words settle before speaking again. I did not bring my warriors across the sea to squabble over scraps. If the Picts seek Britain, they will find it ripe for the taking. They will find us. They will kneel before our blades, or they will rot beneath them. He turned his gaze on the stranger, watching, weighing. Where are they now? The messenger did not flinch. He did not come to barter, to plead, or deceive. He had come with truth, and the truth cared nothing for the pride of kings. They moved through the north, past the old, now unguarded Roman walls, he answered. Not in scattered bands, not in raiders, not as raiders. but in columns, with banners, with war horns. A hush settled over the gathering. The Picts had never marched like this, as such a great army, not in living memory. They fought like ghosts, slipping through the hills and forests, striking in the dead of night. This was something different. They will be upon Regan before winter's breast settles, perhaps sooner. A chuckle, deep and mirthless, rolled from Macwald, his ever-present smirk curling at the edges. Well then, he mused, I suppose that means Gwrst has bigger problems than his ransom now. A few of the warlords laughed, but the tension remained. Bedca's eyes flickered towards Hengist, towards Vigorant, towards the others. His next words would shape the future course of the war. The Britons believe they have won because they took a field from us, he said, his voice slow, heavy. Let them waste their strength in their victories while we take Britain itself. We strike south, we shatter the Britons, we take the throne before the Picts reach us. I beat a silence, and he spoke the words and sealed it. We fight them at the gates of Londinium. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue next week. My favorite session of the campaign so far. Some absolutely fucking wild shit went today. I'm having a great fucking time. I don't know about y'all. This is top absolutely tier. So, when we return, this is like a pop-up at Super Mario's. A new challenger has arrived. Picts are marching south. I'm gonna buff the fuck out of them. I will return with streams. We'll continue next grand campaign next Sunday at 2 p.m. EST. I hope you all enjoyed.